Can you hear it? The ancient whisper of the universe, not in the rushing of the wind, nor in the crashing of the waves, but right here in the rhythm of your own breath. A sacred truth, one that has always been present, is waiting to be awakened. Your words are not empty air. They are the architects of your reality. Ponder this for a moment. What if every word you uttered didn't simply vanish into the ether, but was instead a subtle command, a decree etched into the invisible energetic tapestry that weaves your life? This is not a poetic metaphor. It is the most fundamental law of creation. Every word you choose is a vibration, a frequency that sends a clear message into the universal field of consciousness. They are the silent prayers, the mantras you unknowingly chant for yourself with each passing day. Picture the universe as a great mirror, an infinitely still and vast lake. It does not judge. It does not take sides. It knows nothing of right or wrong, good or evil. Its sole purpose is to faithfully reflect and precisely amplify whatever is sent its way. When you speak words of lack, the universal mirror reflects back scenes of scarcity. When you hum the melody of gratitude and abundance, it returns to you a symphony of prosperity. The universe does not give you what you want. It gives you back who you are, and who you are is shaped by what you say. You are standing in the garden of your own destiny. Each day you are the sower of seeds. Every word is a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious and the universe. A word of complaint or resentment is the seed of a thorny weed which will soon sprout into a reality of obstacles and dissatisfaction. A word spoken from love and gratitude is the seed of a magnificent rose which will blossom into the sweetest of blessings. Whether your garden is lush or barren, whether it blooms or withers depends entirely on the verbal seeds you choose to plant today. The greatest power, the key to transforming any life circumstance, does not lie in some distant mystical ability. It rests right on the tip of your tongue, the art of intentional speech. This is not a privilege reserved for a select few, but a birthright, a sacred skill that every soul can cultivate. Your responsibility, and also your greatest liberation, is to learn to wield this power consciously, to co-create with the universe, the masterpiece you have always longed for. Prosperity and lack are not conditions imposed from the outside. They are internal states, realities constantly reinforced and nourished by the very words you use every day. Changing your language is the first step, the most potent act of alchemy to shift your vibrational frequency. And when your frequency shifts, your entire world must shift with it. This book is not merely meant to be read. It is an invitation to embark on a profound journey of healing and awakening. Together, let us rediscover this dormant power to transform your words from careless sounds into mighty instruments of creation. The first chapter of your new life awaits, and it begins with the very next word you choose to speak. Chapter 1, Your Word is Your Command. In a remote valley where the mist clung to the hillsides like a delicate cosmic veil, lived a blacksmith named Elara. She was a master of her craft, her hands capable of taming the most stubborn iron and steel, transforming them into exquisite tools and razor-sharp swords. Yet her own life was a story of unceasing toil. Her forge, though always blazing, seemed only to melt away her strength and forge a deeper sense of lack. Every morning, before the first rays of sun could pierce the mist, Ilara would awaken with a heavy sigh. Another grueling day, she would mutter to herself. As her hammer struck the red-hot iron, sweat beading on her brow, she would whisper, "Making a living is such a struggle." And as night fell, counting the few meager coins in her worn leather pouch, she would end her day with the thought, "It is never enough." These words, repeated thousands of times, became invisible hammer blows, forging the very bars of the prison in which she had confined herself. She didn't realize that every grueling struggle and "not enough" was a command she was issuing to the universe. And the universe, in its absolute obedience, mirrored back to her That exact reality, a grueling life, a constant struggle, and a perpetual state of lack. She worked harder than anyone yet. Her circumstances never changed because she was shackling her own destiny with her words. The shift came on a cold winter's day when a wise traveler stopped at her forge seeking shelter. He did not ask to buy a sword or to have a tool repaired. He simply sat quietly by the fire, observing Alara as she worked in silence. At the end of the day, as she wearily set down her hammer and muttered her familiar refrain, "What a difficult day," the traveler finally spoke. "The fire in your forge is powerful," he said, his voice deep and warm. "It can turn raw iron into a masterpiece. But the fire in your words is a feeble one, and it serves only to burn away your own hope." Alara looked up, her eyes filled with skepticism. The traveler continued, "The universe does not distinguish between a joke and a solemn vow. It only listens to the commands you give it. Every time you say difficult, you are ordering a more difficult tomorrow. Every time you say not enough, you are commanding the door to abundance to slam shut." He offered her some strange advice. "Tomorrow," he said, "when you awaken, look at the fire and say, 'I thank this fire for granting me strength and prosperity.' When you lift your hammer, say, 'My hands create beauty with ease and grace.' And when night falls, no matter how many coins are in your pouch, hold them and say, 'I am blessed with abundance, and more is always on its way.'" At first, Alara thought it was absurd, but in her desperation, she decided to try. The next day, she did exactly as the traveler had instructed. The words felt awkward in her mouth at first, but she persisted, and something miraculous happened. The hammer in her hands felt lighter. The lines she forged in the metal seemed more elegant. Most importantly, the heavy weight in her chest began to dissolve, replaced by a strange and profound peace. That week, a caravan of luxurious carriages stopped before her humble forge. A wealthy lord who had never before noticed her work suddenly wished to commission a set of grand iron gates for his castle, adorned with the most intricate patterns. The contract was worth more than she had earned in years. Alara's life was transformed, not because she worked harder, but because she had changed the commands she was giving to her reality, from effort to embodiment. In another village lived a young weaver named Liam. He had a natural gift for color and thread, but the tapestries he wove always lacked a certain vitality, the spark of soul that separates craft from masterpiece. Liam lived in a constant state of trying. "I'm trying to finish this tapestry," he would tell his clients. "I hope the colors will harmonize," he would whisper to his spools of thread. "It's so hard to get everything perfect," he would sigh when a thread became tangled. The very energy of trying that Liam projected was a command for the universe to bring him a reality filled with struggle. Weaving became a battle. Threads would snag, colors seemed to clash. The more he tried, the further the result drifted from his intention. He didn't understand that by saying, "I'm trying," he was affirming to the universe that success was a distant, difficult goal to be reached for rather than a natural state of being. One day, Liam took one of his tapestries to the market and happened upon the stall of Alara, the now famous blacksmith. He saw her speaking with a customer, her presence radiating confidence and authority. He heard her say, "This sword is perfect balance. It will serve you faithfully." There was no trying or hoping in her words, only declared truth. Curious, Liam approached her and asked for the secret to her confidence. Alara smiled and shared the story of the wise traveler. She told Liam, "Do not try to become a master weaver. Be one. Do not try to weave a masterpiece. Command a masterpiece to manifest through your hands." Liam returned to his workshop. This time, before beginning, he didn't rush to his loom. He stood before it, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, in a clear, steady voice, he declared into the quiet space, "I am a master weaver. These hands know precisely what to do. I command beauty and harmony to flow through every thread. This tapestry is a masterpiece." Then he began. There was no more strain, no more struggle. His fingers danced across the loom with an effortless grace. The colors blended in a magical harmony. He was no longer trying, he was simply allowing his gift to flow through him. The tapestry he completed that day was not only the most beautiful work he had ever created, it radiated a living energy, a beauty that touched the soul of all who saw it. It sold immediately for a price he had never before dared to dream of. The universal law, your word is the wave, reality is the shore. The stories of Alara and Liam are not about magic. They are demonstrations of a fundamental universal law. Your life circumstances are the precise physical reflection of the words, beliefs, and commands you have been unconsciously issuing. Your words are not meaningless sounds. They are energetic vibrations carrying instructions. Every word you speak is a seed you plant in the garden of your reality. Words carrying the energy of lack, fear, and struggle. I can't, it's so hard, I'm so broke can only sprout into a life of obstacles and scarcity. Conversely, words of abundance, power, and conviction, I am, I have, I command, will construct a reality of prosperity and ease. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the master of your reality, and your most powerful tool is your word. It is time to stop begging, wishing, or hoping. It is time to start commanding. Practical exercise. The word reprogramming ritual. To activate this power, you cannot just mechanically repeat affirmations. You must turn it into an intentional ritual, a declaration from your core of power. Create a sacred space. Find a place where you can be alone and undisturbed for a few minutes. This could be a corner of your room, under a tree, or anywhere you feel at peace. Connect to your energy. Sit in a stable, grounded position. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Feel the energy of the earth rising through the soles of your feet and the energy of the cosmos entering through the crown of your head. Picture yourself as a channel between earth and sky. Identify the old command. Recognize a limiting belief or a negative phrase you frequently repeat about your circumstances, e.g., making money is so hard, I never have enough time, I'm always tired. Draft the new command. Now rewrite it in the present tense as a powerful declarative statement. Use words of authority. Instead of making money is so hard, declare I am a magnet for prosperity. Money flows to me with ease and grace. Instead of I never have enough time, command I am the master of my time. I have abundant time and energy for everything that is important to me. Instead of I'm always tired, affirm the vital life force of the universe flows powerfully through me. I am the embodiment of energy and wellness. Issue the decree. From your state of grounded connection, speak your new command aloud, clearly and deliberately. Don't just read it. Feel every word. Feel the vibration of the sound resonate from your chest throughout your body and from your body out into the space around you. Feel the truth of it. Embody the command. Repeat this ritual daily. More importantly, begin to act and think as if your command is already true. You don't wait for prosperity. You walk as prosperity. You don't hope for energy. You act as energy. Remember, the universe does not respond to your wishes. It obeys your commands. Choose your words wisely, for you are using them to weave the very tapestry of your destiny. Chapter 2. The Inner Architect. In a magnificent city known for its marble towers that soared with defiant pride, there lived an architect named Kyle. On his scrolls of parchment, Kyle was a king. He designed castles so majestic they seemed to touch the clouds, and libraries with domes so vast they could hold the entire night sky. His blueprints were symphonies of line and space. In reality, however, Kyle lived in a small, cramped apartment, and his magnificent structures seemed destined to exist only on paper. The problem wasn't Kyle's talent. Lords and wealthy merchants would seek him out, marveling at his vision and eager to break ground. But then something would always go wrong. A sponsor would suddenly withdraw funding. A crucial supply of materials would inexplicably dry up, or an unexplainable engineering flaw would appear during construction. His projects were either never completed, or if they were, they always possessed an invisible flaw lacking the greatness the blueprints had promised. Kyle didn't know that he was sabotaging his own creations before the first stone was ever laid. The saboteur was not external. It lived in the whispers of his own mind. As he drew a perfect arch, a voice in his head would chime in, "What if it collapses?" When a lord praised his design, he would tell himself, "He'll eventually realize I'm not good enough." Every time he completed a blueprint, the final whisper was always, "There's definitely a mistake in here somewhere that I haven't seen." These whispers, this relentless inner dialogue, were self-fulfilling prophecies. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, does not distinguish between a blueprint on parchment and a blueprint in the mind. It only listens to the most persistent commands. The commands Kyle constantly issued were of doubt, insecurity, and failure. And so the universe diligently constructed an external reality that was a perfect match. Every negative thought was a gossamer thread, and over thousands of days Kyle had woven an invisible net of limitation binding his own destiny. In desperation, Kyle sought out a master stonemason named Valerius, an old man whose hands had built fortresses that defied 100 years of wind and rain. Kyle wanted to ask about technique, about the choice of stone, about the right kind of mortar. But Valerius asked him only one question: "When you look at your own blueprint, what do you say to it?" Kyle was stunned into silence. Valerius smiled, the lines of wisdom deepening around his eyes. "The real blueprint isn't on the parchment," he said. "It is in your mind. The outer structure can only be sound if the inner foundation is strong. Before you learn to lay stone, you must learn to listen to your own whispers." Following Valerius's advice, Kyle went home and did something he had never done before. He didn't draw. He sat in silence with a blank scroll and a piece of charcoal. He began to conduct a mental audit. Every time a negative thought, a self-criticism, or a fear surfaced in his mind, he wrote it down. By the end of the day, the scroll was covered in phrases: "Not good enough," "It will fail," "Too risky," "They won't trust me." For the first time, Kyle saw the true energetic blueprint that had shaped his life. It was a blueprint for ruin. Awareness is the first hammer blow that shatters the chains. From that day on, Kyle began a process of intentional reprogramming. Next to every negative command, he wrote a powerful counter-command. "What if it collapses" was replaced with "I command this structure to stand for ages." "I'm not good enough" was replaced with "I am a master architect. My talent is a divine gift." And he didn't just write them, he spoke them. Every morning before beginning his work, he would stand before his scrolls and speak his new commands with a tone of authority, of undeniable truth. He wasn't hoping, he was declaring. Soon after, a young duchess who had just inherited a vast estate sought out Kyle. She wanted to build a bridge across a wide river, a feat many considered impossible. This time, as Kyle presented his design, there were no whispers of doubt. There was only certainty. His energy had shifted. The Duchess felt it, and she placed her complete faith in him. The bridge was built not only sound and strong, but a masterpiece of art that became the symbol of the entire region. Kyle had finally built a structure in the outer world that matched the magnificence in his soul. The universal law, reality, is the echo of your whisper. Your inner dialogue is not private. It is a public conversation with the universe. Every complaint, every fear, every self-judgment you whisper to yourself is a command being sent out. The universe has no filter. It does not judge your command as good or bad, positive or negative. It simply receives the order and executes it. The limitations in your life are not walls of stone. They are a web woven from your own limiting words. Every time you say, "I can't do that," you weave another thread into the web. Every time you think, "Good things never happen to me," you reinforce it. Over time, this web becomes so dense that you mistake it for the only reality, forgetting that you were the one who wove it. To change your reality, you must change the whisper. You must become a vigilant guard at the gate of your mind, identifying the intruders of doubt and fear and replacing them with commands of power and conviction. Practical exercise, the mental audit and destiny. Reprogramming, this is not hollow positive thinking. This is an act of intentional reprogramming, a complete overhaul of your energetic blueprint. Phase 1. Observation and documentation. 3 days. Carry a small notebook or a piece of parchment with you. For the next 3 days, your only task is to be a silent observer of yourself. Listen to your inner dialogue. Listen to the words you speak aloud. Whenever you catch a thought or a word that is limiting, complaining, fearful, or negative, simply write it down. Examples: I'm so tired. Here comes more trouble. I'll never get out of debt. I'm not talented at anything. Do this without judgment. You are simply collecting data. Phase 2. Identify the old blueprint. After 3 days, sit down and read everything you've written. Look for patterns, for recurring themes. What is your core energetic blueprint? Is it a story of lack, of powerlessness, of unworthiness, or that life is a battle? Clearly identify the old story you have been telling yourself. Phase 3. Draft the counter commands. Now choose the 3 to 5 most common negative statements from your list. For each one, create a powerful present tense and absolute counter command. Instead of "I'm so tired," draft "Universal energy floods my being. I am the embodiment of vitality." Instead of "I'll never get out of debt," draft "I am a master of my finances. Prosperity and solvency are my natural state." Instead of "I'm not talented," draft "I am blessed with unique gifts. I am now expressing my divine potential." Phase 4. Declare with authority. This is the most crucial step. Return to your sacred space. Stand or sit with a strong posture. Breathe deeply and connect to your inner power. Then speak your new counter-commands aloud. But don't just read them, declare them. Speak with the tone of a sovereign ruler issuing an irrevocable decree. Feel the weight and truth in every word. You are not wishing, you are not hoping. You are informing the universe of a new, decided-upon reality. You are commanding the atoms and energies around you to rearrange themselves to match the new blueprint you have just issued. Practice with persistence. The old whispers may still try to return, but now you are aware. When they surface, smile, acknowledge them, and calmly replace them with your new authoritative command. You are in the process of dismantling an old prison and constructing a palace. Be patient and trust in the power of the greatest architect. You. Chapter 3. The Silent Executor. In a quaint district of cobblestone streets there lived a merchant named Finian. His shop was filled with unique treasures from faraway lands, shimmering silks, jars of fragrant spices, and exquisitely carved artifacts. In theory, it should have been a bustling hub of activity. In reality, Finian's shop was perpetually shrouded in silence. He would often sit behind his counter sighing as he watched the stream of people hurry past outside, not a single one turning to enter. Finian didn't realize that he was the one who had commanded that silence. His dialogue, both in his mind and with those around him, was a running commentary on lack. When a neighbor inquired about business, he'd reply, "Business is bleak these days." Looking at his own precious wares, he would think, "The people here have no appreciation for things like this." And every night, as he locked the door, the final command he sent into the universe was always, "I hope I make enough to cover my costs tomorrow." This is the lesson elevated to a new level. The universe is a faithful executor, not a judge. It doesn't sit in assessment weighing whether Finian deserves more customers. It doesn't question the quality of his goods. It simply listens to the command with rapt attention and executes it with absolute precision. Finian commanded bleak business, and the universe delivered an empty space. He commanded customers who don't appreciate, and the universe ensured that those with a discerning eye would not find their way to him. He commanded just enough to get by, and the universe provided that exact amount, no more, no less. His words of resignation had created an invisible ceiling blocking the natural flow of prosperity. The transformation began on a rainy afternoon when an old woman named Lyra, a local herbalist, stepped into the shop. She was one of Finian's few regular customers. She didn't just buy things. She always spoke to the items she chose. Holding a pinch of saffron, she would inhale its scent and say, "Thank you for bringing the color of the sun here." One day, noticing Finian's dejected expression, she asked softly, "What do you say to your shop when you are all alone?" Finian began to complain about how slow business was. Lyra shook her head. "That is the problem," she said. "You are endlessly reporting on the problem. Stop reporting. Start declaring value." She pointed to an exquisite ceramic vase in the corner. "Don't say, 'No one will buy this vase.' Place a hand on your heart and say to it, 'You are a masterpiece. Your worthy owner is on their way to you now.'" Finian found this bizarre, but Lyra's eyes held a certainty that made him reconsider. The next day, before opening, he did something unusual. He bolted the door shut, walked to the center of his shop, and placed a hand on his chest, his life force center. He took a deep breath, and instead of describing his negative reality, he began to declare a new one. "This shop is a treasure trove," he said, his voice still trembling slightly, but filled with intention. "Every item in here carries the energy of beauty and distinction. My customers are people of refined taste, and they are being guided here now. The flow of prosperity is pouring into this space." He wasn't speaking from his mind. He felt the words emanating from his heart. The change wasn't instantaneous, but the energy in the shop had shifted. A few days later, a high-born lady was passing by. Instead of walking straight on as she always did, she felt a strange, inexplicable pull to step inside. She was mesmerized by the items she had never noticed before and ended up purchasing a large quantity of silks and spices. She told her friends about the hidden treasure she had discovered. Before long, Finian's shop was bustling. He had received exactly what he had commanded, a treasure trove discovered by those who knew how to appreciate it. Programming a bountiful harvest. In another part of the country, there was a farmer named Alistair who owned a plot of land everyone considered barren. Year after year, his harvest was only ever enough for his family to survive the winter. Like Finian, Alistair was a reporter of problems. "This soil is so dry and hard," he would often say to his ox. He had commanded barrenness, and the universal executor had faithfully delivered it. When he heard the miraculous story of the merchant in the city, Alistair decided to try a new approach. He understood that he could not keep describing his land as barren and expect a bountiful harvest. He needed to program it. From then on, he established an unbreakable ritual. Every morning before sunrise, he would walk out to his field place, his bare feet on the soil, put a hand on his heart, and declare his command for the day. "I command this land to awaken. You are fertile and rich soil. Every seed planted here sprouts into abundance." And every evening, as he put away his tools, he would return, look upon the land in the twilight, and seal the command with gratitude. "I am grateful for the powerful life force flowing beneath this soil. I am grateful for the bountiful harvest that is on its way. My command is being executed." This repetition morning and evening was a conscious act of programming. In the morning, he set the code for a day of vitality and growth. In the evening, he reinforced that command in the subconscious of the land and of himself, ensuring the universal forces continued to work on his behalf, even while he slept. That autumn, for the first time in his life, Alistair had a harvest so abundant he could share it with all his neighbors. The land had not changed. The command for it had. The universal law, your command is law. Your word is not a request for the universe to consider, weigh, or approve. It is a decree that is noted and immediately acted upon. This silent executor has no will of its own, no bias, no judgment. Its sole function is to materialize the energetic blueprint you provide through your words and emotions. This is why resignation is so dangerous. When you say things like, "It is what it is," or "I guess this is my lot in life," you are issuing a command for mediocrity and stagnation. You are telling the executor, keep everything exactly as it is. Bring nothing better. The great transformation occurs when you shift from reporting on the problem to declaring value and commanding the outcome. Stop talking about how hard things are. Start talking about how powerful and worthy you are. Practical exercise, the morning and evening destiny programming ritual to become the true master of your reality. Make command a daily ritual, a sacred act of programming your destiny. 1. The morning ritual, issuing the decree. When immediately upon waking, before you begin the activities of your day. Action: stand with a strong posture, placing one hand over your heart. Feel your heartbeat, your center of power. Take 3 deep breaths, feeling the connection to your deepest self. Speak your decree for the day, aloud and clearly. This is not a to-do list. It is a declaration of your state of being. Example decrees today: I am the embodiment of confidence and power. All my interactions are guided by wisdom and love. I command a productive, joyful, and profitable day. The flow of prosperity comes to me with ease and in surprising ways. I am a magnet for wonderful opportunities and positive people. My energy illuminates myself and all those around me. Speak from the heart so that your words carry the energy of life, not just hollow sound. 2. The evening ritual, sealing the decree. When just before you fall asleep. Action: sit or lie in a relaxed position with your hand over your heart. Breathe gently. This is the time to reinforce and seal the decree you issued. Speak words of gratitude and reaffirm your command in the near future tense, as if its completion is inevitable. Example: sealing statements. I am grateful for all the blessings seen and unseen that arrived today. My decree has been executed. The universe is arranging everything for my highest good even as I sleep. I surrender in perfect trust to this process. I drift to sleep in peace, knowing I will awaken to an even more brilliant reality. My command for abundance is being anchored in every cell of my being. Practice this ritual with consistency and faith. You are doing more than speaking positive words. You are performing the sacred work of a cosmic programmer, writing the code for a life of prosperity, abundance, and brilliance, exactly as you decree it to be. Chapter 4. Unlearning the Language of Lack. In a quiet little valley lived a potter named Lena. She was a diligent worker with nimble hands, but the pieces she created were always simple, functional, and unremarkable. Her life was a loop form. The plain pots and bowls, sell them for just enough to buy more clay and food for the next day. She was surviving, but she was not truly shining. What Lena didn't realize was that the lack in her creations and her life was not her nature. It was a language she had been taught. Her father, a stern potter himself, used to say, "Don't waste clay on frivolous things. Make what sells." When she saw a beautifully glazed vase from another land, she would sigh and tell herself, "I don't have the talent for something like that." When a customer haggled, she would relent with the thought, "Something is better than nothing." This is the core of the issue. Lack is a learned language, not your native tongue. Your original state is one of abundance and infinite creativity. But over time, through the teachings and experiences, you have learned and adopted the language of limitation and scarcity. That language has obscured your true nature like a layer of dust hiding the brilliance of a gemstone. Lena's words had become the blueprint for a life of mediocrity. She spoke of pots that sell and the universe constructed for her a reality of mere survival. The change came on a beautiful sunny day when a wandering musician with an ornate lute stopped by her pottery studio. He didn't have much money, but he was drawn to a simple bowl. He offered to pay for it with a song. Lena agreed. As the music began, a clear and soaring melody filled the small space, carrying with it a sense of boundless beauty. When the song ended, the musician looked deep into Lena's eyes and asked, "Where is your melody, Potter? This clay awaits the song from your heart, but all it hears is the silence of fear." That question awakened something within Lena. She realized she had always spoken her father's language, the language of safety and limits, not the language of her own soul. That evening, she took a new block of clay. This time, she had no intention of making something that would sell. She closed her eyes, placed her hands on her heart, and declared a new truth: "I am a channel for the beauty of the universe. Infinite creation now flows through these hands." She had decided to unlearn the old language. She worked through the night not with effort, but with allowance. Her hands moved in ways she had never known. The next morning, on her potter's wheel sat a vase of graceful curves and exquisite patterns, a thing of such beauty it astonished her. She hadn't learned a new technique. She had simply stopped using the blueprint of mediocrity and allowed the blueprint of magnificence to be revealed. Unmasking the subtle saboteurs. On a sun-drenched hill, there was a vintner named Marcus. He had inherited a vineyard that was struggling with disease and poor yields. Marcus was a hard worker, but his language was filled with subtle saboteurs. He would often say, "I'll try to save this harvest." Looking at the sky, he'd mutter, "I hope it rains." When his wife suggested hiring help, he would sigh, "We can't afford it." Marcus didn't know that these seemingly harmless phrases were destructive commands. "I will try" is a subtle admission of possible failure. It commands the universe to bring forth a struggle. "I hope" is a declaration of powerlessness and uncertainty. It places your power outside of yourself. "I can't afford it" is the most direct and unequivocal command for lack. The universe does not respond to wishes or hopes. The universe responds to absolute belief. A wish is the energy of not yet having. Belief is the energy of already having. Seeking help, Marcus visited an old monk who lived on a nearby hill. The monk listened to his story and said, "Your language is commanding a battle. You must change the blueprint." The monk taught him a revolutionary shift move from a mindset of lack to one of intentional allocation. Instead of saying, "We can't afford it," the monk advised, "Look at what you have, however little, and declare with authority, 'I choose to allocate my wealth wisely to nurture prosperity.'" This is an incredibly powerful shift. You are not denying your current circumstances, but you are completely changing your position within them. You are no longer a victim of lack. You become a wise steward of your own flow of prosperity. You are telling the universe, "I am in control here." Marcus returned and applied the lesson. He walked among his vines, no longer hoping, but declaring, "I command vitality and health to return to every one of these vines. This land is abundance." When he looked at his small purse of money, he no longer felt despair. He said, "I am allocating these resources where they will bring the greatest return." That energy of sovereignty helped him make wiser decisions. That year, his vineyard produced a wine of exquisite quality. He didn't receive money from thin air. He changed his command from "I lack" to "I manage," and the universe responded to that energy of mastery. The universal law: your word is your creative frequency. Imagine you are a grand architect, and your words are the detailed blueprints you send to the universal builder. If your blueprint is filled with notes like "might collapse, just needs to be functional," use cheap materials, you cannot expect to receive a palace. You receive exactly what you have drawn. Your reality is created by the energetic frequency you broadcast. Wishing and hoping vibrate at the low frequency of lack. Certainty and unwavering faith vibrate at the high frequency of creation. To change the building, you must change the blueprint. To change your life, you must change your words. Practical exercise: the language cleanse and power reclamation. This exercise helps you become a master linguist, able to identify and eliminate the negative code hidden in your daily communication. Step 1. Hunt the saboteurs. One day, for one full day, become a language detective. Listen carefully to the words you speak and the thoughts in your head. Your mission is to hunt for the subtle saboteurs. Make a note every time you use words like try, hope, wish, maybe. Perhaps, hopefully, it's okay. It's fine in a tone of resignation. Step 2. Decode the subliminal command. Look at the list you've compiled. Next to each phrase, write down the subliminal command it sends to the universe. Example, I'll try to finish this. Subliminal command. This may not get finished. Prepare for failure. Example, hopefully things will work out. Subliminal command. I am not in control of this situation and am uncertain of a positive outcome. Step 3. Shift from lack to stewardship. Focus on your statements about resources, money, time, energy. Practice reframing them from the language of a victim to the language of a sovereign master, instead of, I can't afford it. Declare, at this time, I choose to allocate my wealth to other priorities, instead of I don't have time. Declare, I am the master of my time and I am allocating it effectively, instead of I'm exhausted. Declare, I am choosing to allocate my energy toward rest and regeneration. Step 4. Declare from absolute belief. Choose the most important declaration you want to make true. Stand before a mirror and look directly into your own eyes. Speak the declaration not as something you want, but as a fact that is already established. Say it with the same certainty you would use to state your own name. For example, look yourself in the eye and say, I am the embodiment of prosperity and success. Feel the energetic difference between wishing and knowing. Stay in the energy of knowing. You were born with the native language of abundance. It is time to unlearn the dialects of limitation you have acquired. Speak the language of the Creator, for you are the architect of your world. Chapter 5. The Bridge of Certainty. In the treacherous high mountains, they still tell the story of Orin, the legendary bridge builder. His bridges spanned chasms that no other engineer dared attempt. They were elegant and steadfast, defying both logic and time. People whispered that he possessed magic. The truth was far simpler and much more profound. A young engineer named Elias, armed with textbooks and scrolls covered in complex formulas, came to learn from Orin. Elias was tasked with building a bridge across the hopeless chasm, a gorge that had defeated all his predecessors. He measured, calculated, and spoke endlessly of the bridge he was going to build. This bridge will be very strong, he'd say. We will succeed. Elias's language was always in the future tense, placing success at some distant destination. Seeing this, Orin led Elias to the edge of the chasm. At dawn, as the morning mist hung like a veil between worlds, he told Elias to leave all his scrolls and tools behind. This was one of Orin's greatest secrets. He always harnessed the power of transitional moments. Dawn and dusk are not ordinary times. They are energetic gateways when the veil between intention and manifestation is at its thinnest. Orin did not look at the chasm, he looked across it. He spoke to Elias, his voice low and resonant. Your problem is that you are trying to build a bridge that does not yet exist. I, on the other hand, simply take steady steps on the bridge that is already there, he instructed Elias. Close your eyes, don't try to imagine the bridge, feel it. Feel the cool, solid stone beneath your feet. Feel the wind blow past you as you stand in the very center of it. And then Orin began to speak not in the future tense, but in the absolute present. This bridge is strong. It is connecting the two shores. Its safety is absolute. This is a paramount law of language. Speak in the present tense to summon reality. When you say, I will, You are commanding the universe to keep your aspiration in the future forever out of reach. When you declare, I am, you are pulling that reality to converge upon this very moment. Elias struggled at first, but then he began to feel it. A certainty crept into his mind, born not of calculation, but of a deep inner knowing. He began to repeat Oren's words, and this time he truly believed them. When they returned to the physical work of construction, everything unfolded miraculously. The right stones seemed to present themselves. The weather was always favorable. The bridge was completed. Elias understood then that the words themselves were not the magic. The true power resided in the energy of unshakable belief and absolute certainty behind the words. The words are merely the vehicle. Belief is the fuel. Narrating from the new reality, in a village nestled by the sea lived a woman named Isla. She had once been a dancer whose movements captivated all who watched, but a long illness had sapped her vitality, leaving her body frail. Every day, Isla sat by her window, her language a narrative of loss. I used to be so healthy, she would tell herself. I wish I could dance again. In doing so, she continuously reinforced the blueprint of sickness. One day, a wise old woman from the village came to visit, bringing a small, polished silver mirror. She offered Isla no medicine, but she gave her an instruction. Every dawn and every dusk, she said, look deep into your own eyes in this mirror. Do not look at your pale skin. Look at the flame of life that has never been extinguished in the depths of your eyes. And stop telling the old story. Start reporting live from the reality you desire. The use of a mirror is an incredibly potent technique. It creates a direct feedback loop, forcing the subconscious to confront the new command. You are issuing a decree not only to the universe, but to the deepest part of your own being. Isla followed the instruction. At first, when she looked in the mirror, all she saw was a tired woman. But she persisted. She looked directly into her own eyes and began her narration. I am the embodiment of vibrant life. Healing energy is flooding every cell of my being right now. My legs are strong and flexible. She wasn't talking about what she wished for. She was talking about what was already hers in another reality she was pulling toward her. She continued, I am dancing under the moonlight. I feel the joy and freedom in every movement. Day after day, the practice at the transitional times, reinforced by the mirror, created a shift. The certainty in her voice grew stronger. She no longer hoped to be healed. She knew she was healing. And then one evening, hearing music from a distant celebration, her feet began to move on their own. She was, in fact, dancing. She had built her bridge. The universal law, certainty, is the bridge between intention and reality. Now you understand the final truth. The power lies not in eloquent words, but in the feeling of absolute certainty as you speak them. That feeling is a frequency, a clear signal to the universe that the command has been issued and must be executed. Everything in the physical world was once an intention, a thought. The gap between that intention and its materialization is spanned by a single bridge, the bridge of certainty. When you can speak a thing with the absolute conviction that it is already true, even when your five senses tell you otherwise, you have walked across that bridge and brought that reality into being. Practical exercise. The Reality Bridge Ritual. This exercise synthesizes all the previous lessons, bringing you to the highest level of conscious creation. Step 1. Choose a transitional time. Commit to practicing at either dawn or dusk. Know that you are consciously harnessing a powerful natural energetic gateway to amplify your command. Step 2. Consecrate your mirror. Use a mirror. Before you begin, look into it and declare, this mirror reflects the truth of my power. Step 3. Draft your present tense narrative. Choose the one most important area of your life you wish to transform. Health, prosperity, love, career. Write a short paragraph narrating that area as if you are describing a reality that is already happening. Completely eliminate the future tense. Example for prosperity. I am a powerful money magnet. Money and opportunities flow to me from all directions easily and constantly. I manage my wealth with wisdom and it multiplies endlessly. My life is a testament to the abundance of the universe. Example for love. My heart is wide open to give and receive unconditional love. I am in a harmonious partnership where I am cherished and loved deeply. We grow together and uplift one another daily. Step 4. Practice the mirror narrative. At your chosen transitional time, stand before your mirror. Breathe deeply. Look directly into your own eyes, in the reflection into the eternal self behind them. Begin to speak your narrative aloud, clearly and with authority. Speak like a news anchor reporting on a real unfolding event. If any feeling of doubt arises, simply acknowledge it. Then look deeper into your eyes and repeat the narrative with even greater certainty, as if to override the voice of doubt. Step 5. Feel the bridge. After you have finished speaking, remain silent for a moment. Continue to hold your own gaze. Now focus on the feeling of certainty, the feeling of it already being true. Allow that feeling to flood your entire body. This feeling is the bridge. It is the evidence that your intention has crossed the void and begun to crystallize into reality. Carry that feeling of certainty with you as you begin or end your day. You are no longer someone standing on the edge of a chasm, wishing. You are the one walking steadily across the bridge of your own creation. Chapter 6. The Vibrational Code. In a quiet little alley there lived a master luthier named Liren. It was said that every lute he crafted contained not only the rarest woods, but a piece of his very soul. The sound from Liren's lutes could make the sad joyful again, the weak find their strength. His secret was not in his carving technique, but in a much deeper truth. When he grew old, Liren sought an apprentice to pass on his art. Many talented young woodworkers came, but none could create a lute with a soul. Finally, Rhys, a young man with the most skillful hands of all, was chosen. He could replicate every technical detail to perfection, but the lutes he made remained mere silent objects. Liren didn't just watch Rhys's hands. He listened to his words. When choosing a piece of wood, Rhys would often say, "I hope this piece is good enough." As he began to carve, he would mutter, "I will try to make it perfect." And looking at the finished product, he would sigh, "If only I'd had more time." One day, Liren called Rhys to his side. He didn't teach him how to hold a knife. He taught him how to listen. "The problem is not in your hands, my boy," he said. "It is in the codes you are carving into the grain of the wood." Liren explained that the lesson was now being elevated to a new level. Every word carries its own distinct vibrational code. The universe doesn't just hear the general meaning, it responds with absolute precision to the subtle frequency of each word you choose. "Hope," said Liren, "is the code for uncertainty. Try is the code for the possibility of failure. If only is the code for regret. You are commanding this lute to become an embodiment of doubt." To prove his point, Liren gave Rhys 2 small pieces of wood from the same tree. He took the first piece, closed his eyes, and whispered the word hope into it. Then he handed it to Rhys. Next, he took the second piece and whispered the word no with absolute certainty. He handed that one to Rhys as well. "Feel them," he said. Rhys was astonished. The hope wood felt heavy, dense, and inert in his palm. The no wood felt light, alive, and subtly vibrant. "Your body is a detector of verbal frequencies," Liren said. "Trust it. An empowering word will make you feel expansive. A limiting word will feel like stagnation. Your task is to become a decoder of your own language, and then an alchemist." From that day on, Rhys began a process of conscious word replacement. The problem of finding a beautiful wood grain became an opportunity for discovery. The difficulty of bending the lute's sides became a worthy challenge. Before touching a new piece of wood, he no longer hoped. He placed his hands upon it and declared, "I know a magnificent melody resides within you. I am now releasing it." The lute Reese made next was entirely different. Its sound was clear, deep, and possessed a power that stirred the soul. He had learned to carve into wood, not with a knife, but with the vibrational codes of certainty. The queen's energy switches in a kingdom facing famine from a long drought. The young queen Annalise felt powerless. In her council meetings, her language mirrored the fear of the entire realm. "We should do something quickly," she would say, and the code of obligation and guilt would spread through the room. "I want our people to have enough food," she'd state, and the code of lack was decreed. "If it rains, we will be saved," she would say, and the code of dependency on external conditions disempowered everyone present. Her old advisor, who understood verbal alchemy, requested a private audience. He didn't discuss strategies for food distribution. He discussed energy strategy. "Your Majesty," he said, "you cannot solve a problem with the same frequency that created it. You must change the code." And he gave her the core energy switches. Instead of saying "we should," say "we choose." Turn burden into sovereignty. Instead of saying "I want to have," say "we have the wisdom and strength." Turn lack into inner possession. And most importantly, Your Majesty, never say "if," say "when." Turn dependency into the assumption of success. At the next council meeting, the energy was completely transformed. Queen Annalise stood, her voice steady and sure. "We choose to face this challenge with all our creativity. We have the strength of a united people. When the rains return, we will be ready with more efficient storehouses and water systems than ever before. We are building a prosperous future starting today." A command of certainty and sovereignty had been issued. The energy of fear in the chamber dissolved, replaced by resolve and inspired action. People began to work not out of desperation, but because they believed the Queen's declaration. They acted as if success was inevitable. The universal law, practical alchemy. The most profound transformation does not require complex rituals. It lies in the conscious moment-to-moment replacement of your words. This is practical alchemy. You can turn the lead of fear and doubt into the gold of power and certainty simply by choosing a different word. Every time you choose a word with a higher vibrational code, you upgrade your entire energy field, sending a new signal to the universe and commanding a new reality to take form. Practical exercise. The Verbal Alchemy Workshop. Transform yourself into a master verbal alchemist with these exercises. Step 1. Feel the frequency. Find a quiet place. Close your eyes. Say the word "try" aloud. Feel it in your body. What does it feel like? A heaviness, a stagnation, a strain. Now take a deep breath and say the word "do" aloud. Feel the difference. Does it feel decisive, light, a forward flow of energy? Repeat this with other word pairs. Trust your body's sensations. It is your code detector. Step 2. Master the 5 core alchemical switches. These are the core switches in your alchemical workshop. Memorize them and put them into practice. Replace hope code of uncertainty with no code of certainty. Instead of "I hope I get through this," say "I know I have the strength to overcome this." Replace "will try" code of possible failure with AM doing or do code of decisive action. Instead of "I'll try to finish it," say "I am finishing this." Replace "if" code of dependency with "when" code of assumed success. Instead of "if I get the money, I'll travel," say "when I travel, I will enjoy every moment." Replace "want" code of lack with "have" or "am" code of possession. Instead of "I want to be peaceful," say "I am peace," or "I have peace within me." Replace "should" code of obligation to guilt with "choose" code of sovereignty. Instead of "I should exercise more," say "I choose to nourish my body with joyful movement." Step 3. the 24-hour mission. Choose one of the 5 transformational pairs above. For the next 24 hours, make it your mission to be hyper-aware of that specific pair. Every time you catch yourself thinking or about to speak the lower energy word, stop and consciously replace it with the higher energy one. For example, if you choose the should, choose pair, notice how many times a day you tell yourself, I should, and practice reframing it to I choose. This is the work of a master. By changing these tiny codes, you are rewriting the entire operating program of your reality. Chapter 7. Supreme Sovereignty. King Alaric had ruled his kingdom for 50 years in peace and prosperity. He was known not for the might of his armies, but for a quiet authority that commanded the respect of other kings and made enemies hesitate. When an invading army as numerous as ants amassed at the border, the kingdom faced the threat of annihilation for the first time. His son, Crown Prince Theron, though brave, was drowning in fear. In the war room, Theron shouted commands. He tried to appear strong, but his voice was strained, loud in volume, but hollow within. He told his generals, "We will be victorious," but he himself did not believe it. His thoughts, the fear of failure, his emotions, panic, and his words, forced determination, were not in alignment. The signal he broadcast was full of static. The soldiers felt their commander's fear, not his conviction. Seeing this, King Alaric summoned his son to the silent throne room. He did not discuss tactics. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder and said, "The secret of a king is not in shouting. Absolute authority is the complete absence of doubt. The power of a command comes not from its volume, but from the purity of its signal." Then he did something strange. He told Theron to place a hand on his upper abdomen just below the breastbone. "Authority does not issue from the throat," the king said. "It rises from here, from your solar plexus, your center of power and will. Breathe into this place until you feel a warm, solid orb of energy." Only when Theron had found that stability did the king reveal the ultimate secret. "Now," he said, "close your eyes. Do not try to create victory. Speak from a state of completion. Journey 1 year past this day. The kingdom is holding the grand victory festival. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you feel? Be there, and now tell me, not as a general going into battle, but as a king recounting a glorious memory." Theron took a deep breath, feeling the power rising from his core. He opened his mouth to speak, and his voice was entirely different. It was not loud, but it was deep, resonant, and filled with a quiet power. "I remember that day well." Theron began, his eyes still closed. "It was a magnificent victory. The courage of our soldiers became legend. The peace we enjoy today is so sweet." He was narrating a truth from a future where the desire was already fulfilled. In that moment, his thoughts, emotions, and words fell into perfect alignment, forming a laser beam of energy. When Theron walked before his army again, he did not shout. He spoke with that deep, resonant voice, telling them of the great victory they had achieved. Feeling the unclouded certainty of their commander, the soldiers' courage rose to a fever pitch. They fought not with the desperation of the weak, but with the calm of those who already knew they had won. And they were victorious. The I Am Foundation. In a faraway land, a seeker named Alara had collected all the scrolls on the power of the spoken word. She could recite affirmations perfectly, but they remained empty sounds. She would scream at the cliffs, "I am wealthy," but the echo that returned was only that of her own powerlessness. She sought out a hermit who lived in a mountain cave, a man known for his potent silence. Alara asked for the secret to a sovereign voice. The hermit said only this: "You are trying to command what you have and what you do before you are solid in who you are. Stop." For 1 month, the hermit gave Alara a single exercise. She was not allowed to ask for or affirm anything. Every day she would simply sit, breathe into her solar plexus, and find the feeling of her own existence. Then she began to hum, feeling the vibration in her chest, and slowly allowed that hum to form 2 words: I am. Sovereignty is born from I am. This is the foundational affirmation for all creative commands. Ilara slowly realized that I am was not a phrase, but a frequency, a state of being. When she could say I am and feel absolute certainty without needing to add a single adjective after it, she had found the source of all power. After a month, when she spoke her old affirmations, everything was different. She did not say, I want wealth. She said, I am prosperity. The words were no longer a request sent out to the universe. They were a natural extension of her solid sense of self. And reality began to obey that command with ease, not because she had found new words, but because she had found herself. The universal law sovereignty is aligned resonance. This is the deepest truth. The voice of supreme sovereignty is not a technique, but a state of being. It is the result of the absolute alignment of three elements: thought, intention, a pure, clear intention free of all contradiction; emotion, belief, the absolute feeling of certainty, the feeling of it being already done; word, resonance, the sound that issues from your core of power, the solar plexus vibrating with stability, not volume. When these three elements vibrate on a single frequency, you become a channel of pure, focused energy. Your command is no longer a request. It is a cosmic event in the making. Practical exercise. The Supreme Sovereignty Activation Ritual. This is the final ritual for you to merge with your creative power. Step 1. Find your core, stand or sit with a straight back. Place your palm on your solar plexus, the upper abdomen between your rib cage and navel. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly and deeply, imagining the breath flowing directly into your palm. Feel this area grow warm and expansive. This is the act of awakening your power center. Step 2. Calibrate the I am frequency. Keeping your hand in place, begin to hum a gentle hum sound. Feel the vibration originating in your solar plexus and rising into your chest. After a few hums, allow the sound to slowly morph into two words, spoken slowly and clearly: I am. Repeat this until you feel the words are no longer sounds from your throat, but a vibration of your entire being. This is your foundational voice. Step 3. Journey to the future fulfilled. Choose your most important desire. Now journey in your mind to a time in the future when that desire is already a beautiful memory. Don't just visualize it, live in it. Feel the joy, the relief, the deep gratitude of its completion. Dwell in that feeling. Step 4. Narrate from memory, holding that feeling and connecting to your core. Open your eyes and begin to speak. You are not asking. You are not affirming to get something. You are recounting the memory of your success. Example: instead of saying, I will heal from this illness, speak from the state of being already healed. I still remember that incredible feeling when my body became completely whole again. To awaken with this energy every day is a blessing. Pay attention to the quality of your voice. Is it calm? Is it deep? Is it utterly devoid of doubt? That is your sovereign voice. Step 5. Anchor the certainty. After you finish speaking, sit in silence. Do not rush back to the external world. Allow the feeling of it is done to saturate every cell of your being. This feeling is more precious than gold. It is your signature on the contract with the universe, confirming that the decree has been received and is being executed. You are no longer a seeker of power. You are that power. Speak from your core and the entire universe will fall silent to listen. Chapter 8. The Perfect Replica. Once upon a time, in a kingdom where knowledge was treasured more than gold, there lived a cartographer named Kalin. He didn't just map known lands. He was the first to chart the paths for explorers into places no one had ever set foot. When he was young, Kalin was hired by a guild of wealthy but anxious and pessimistic merchants to map a new trade route through the eastern mountains. Influenced by their energy, the verbal blueprint in Kalin's own mind became tinged with fear. As he worked, he would often mutter, "This path is surely fraught with danger. There will be many swamps and cliffs. The weather here is so harsh. Those words became his invisible ink. The map he created was a masterpiece of peril. He meticulously noted jagged passes, dense forests, with no exit and raging rivers. And so the expedition set out. What did they find? Exactly what the map had described. They faced cliffs precisely where he had drawn them, got lost in the dense woods, and were nearly swept away by the furious rivers. They returned exhausted, confirming that the route was impossible. Reality had produced a faithful, meticulous replica of Kalen's verbal blueprint. Many years later, a young priestess who carried within her an unshakable faith came to Kalen. She too wanted a map of that same region, not for trade, but to find a secret valley where a monastery of stillness could be built. She did not speak of danger, she spoke of potential. "Chart for me the path to the place of peace," she said. "Draw the babbling brooks and the sun-drenched hillsides." Her words awakened Kalen. He realized the first map was not the only truth. It was merely one of many possible truths that he had chosen to name. This time, before putting pen to parchment, he changed his blueprint. He spread the vellum, placed his hands upon it, and declared, "I am charting the path to the sacred. My every stroke discovers hidden beauty and absolute safety." He drew the very same region, but instead of cliffs, he drew gentle slopes. Instead of swamps, he drew clear blue lakes. He wasn't fabricating, he was simply choosing to focus on and amplify a different potential of the same reality. A new group of people followed this second map, and a miracle occurred. They found the journey to be surprisingly easy, as if nature itself was clearing a path for them. They found a peaceful and fertile valley perfect for the monastery, exactly where the map had indicated. Kalen had understood a profound truth. Your life doesn't just vaguely reflect your words. It meticulously and faithfully replicates every detail of the blueprint you draw. The verbal bricks. Imagine the story of two brother stonemasons, Liam and Ronan, tasked with rebuilding a section of the city wall. They were given the same type of stone, the same tools, and the same amount of time. Ronan was a mason of complaint. Each of his words was a brick used to build his own prison. When lifting a stone, he would grumble, "This stone is impossibly heavy." This was a brick of drudgery. When mixing mortar, he would sigh, "This work is such a chore." This was a brick of hardship. Each small complaint was a pebble dropped into the lake of consciousness. The ripple it created shaped his experience, and reality played out accordingly. He felt the work become heavier and heavier. He clumsily dropped a stone on his foot. The stones he placed on the wall never seemed to fit quite right. His section of the wall, though finished, looked sloppy and weak. Liam, in contrast, was an architect of fortitude. Each of his words was a brick used to build a fortress. When lifting the same stone, he would say to it, "You are the foundation for the safety of thousands." This was a brick of purpose. When mixing mortar, he would say, "I am creating a bond that will last for generations." This was a brick of permanence. These words also created ripples. His work felt more rhythmic and light. He found joy in every stone he placed. His section of the wall was not only strong, but a work of art, straight and powerful. Both brothers were masons. Both were building a wall, but more importantly, they were constantly building their own worlds with the verbal materials they chose. The universal law, the universe will conspire to prove you right. This is one of the most powerful and startling laws of all. The universe does not argue with you. It has a default tendency to agree with you. When you declare something to be your truth, no matter how negative, the universe takes it as a command and begins its work, arranging circumstances, people, and events to prove that you are absolutely right. If you constantly say, "Business is so difficult," the universe won't send you an easy client to prove you wrong. Instead, it will send difficult clients, supply chain problems, and unforeseen competition to confirm your belief. "See, I told you it was difficult." The universe will always provide the evidence for the truth you have declared. So be very careful about the truth you choose to believe and speak. Choose a truth that empowers you, because the universe is doing everything in its power to prove it right. Practical exercise, the architect of reality. This exercise helps you audit your old blueprint and begin construction on a new powerful edifice. Step 1. Audit the current blueprint. Choose one area of your life you most want to change, e.g., career, relationship, health. For the next 24 hours, become a silent observer and write down all of your thoughts and spoken words related to that area. Do not judge, just collect the data. Example for career. This job is so boring. My boss never acknowledges me. I'll never get promoted. The pay is too low. Step 2. Analyze the building materials. Look at the list you've collected. Next to each statement, write down the type of brick it represents. This job is so boring. A brick of stagnation. My boss never acknowledges me. A brick of invisibility. I'll never get promoted. A brick of limitation. By doing this, you will see clearly what kind of materials you have been using to build your career. Step 3. Draw the new blueprint, the architect's manifesto. Now it is time to create. Write a short, powerful present tense paragraph describing the new reality you are choosing for that area. This is your new blueprint. Example for career. I am a unique and valuable talent. My work is a playground for my creativity and a contribution to the world. I am recognized, appreciated, and rewarded generously. Every day I discover new opportunities to grow and shine. My career is a journey of joy and prosperity. Step 4. Lay the first brick. A blueprint remains on paper without action. After reading your manifesto aloud with absolute certainty, take one small, immediate action to lay the first brick of your new construction. If your blueprint speaks of creativity at work, spend 15 minutes brainstorming and proposing one new idea. If your blueprint speaks of appreciation, write a thank you email to a colleague. If your blueprint speaks of growth, enroll in a short online course. This small act is your declaration to the universe that you are not just a dreamer. You are both the architect and the builder, and your great work has officially begun. Chapter 9. The Forbidden Words. In an ancient tower where moonlight streamed through stained glass windows, lived an alchemist named Lyra. She possessed all the knowledge, all the secret formulas, the purest of instruments, and an infinite patience. She had spent her entire life pursuing the great work, turning lead into gold. Yet after thousands of experiments, the lead remained stubbornly lead. Lyra did not know that within her own laboratory, she was constantly using the most potent of poisons, not from her glass vials, but from her own vocabulary. There are forbidden words that completely neutralize your power. They act as a cancel command, an off switch for your every positive intention. When preparing a new transmutation, Lyra would whisper, "I hope this time it will be a success." When explaining her process to her patrons, she would assure them, "I will try my very best." And as she stared at the dull gray lead, she would think in desperation, "I wish it would turn to gold." Each of those words was a hammer blow extinguishing the creative flame. The first mechanism of sabotage is to push the desire into a perpetual future. When Lyra said, "I hope," she was issuing a clear command to the universe: keep success in the future tense. Maintain my current state of not yet successful. The universe obeyed. She had created a state of endless waiting. The second mechanism of sabotage is to affirm the lack in the present. When she said, "I wish it would turn to gold," she was on an energetic level screaming to the universe, "I solemnly confirm that my reality right now is lead not gold." She was using the full force of her creative power to focus on and reinforce the absence of what she wanted. The result was that she received more of that very absence. One day, a true master, one who was said to have completed the great work, visited Lyra's laboratory. He did not look at her formulas. He simply listened to her speak. Afterward, he said a single sentence: "Your knowledge is all correct, but your language is a traitor." The universe operates on a binary system of is or is not. It does not comprehend the hesitation of hope or maybe. To it, everything exists in only one of two states. The master explained that for a command to be understood and executed, it must be absolute and decisive. Only I am, I have, and I create are valid commands. Everything else is just noise static that corrupts the process. Lyra finally understood. She had spent a lifetime perfecting her chemical formulas when what she needed to perfect was her verbal formula. She stopped her experiments and began a thorough verbal detox, commanding your destiny. On the vast ocean, there was a sea captain named Finn who yearned to find the legendary Isle of Fortune. He was a brilliant navigator, but his ship seemed only to sail in circles, never reaching its destination. Finn's language was one of indefinite postponement. He would often tell his crew, "Someday we will get there." Someday is not a destination on a map. It is a command for delay, and the ocean obeyed, keeping the island forever on the horizon. When a storm hit, he would look at the sky and say, "I wish the storm would pass quickly." This is the posture of a passive man, one who begs for mercy from his circumstances. He did not realize that as captain he had the authority to command his ship, his crew, and his very own destiny. After a great storm, Finn's ship was forced to dock at a small island for repairs. There he met an old shipbuilder, a woman named Mara, who was rumored to have once set foot on the Isle of Fortune. Finn asked her for the secret sea chart. Mara laughed. "The chart is not on a piece of goat skin," she said. "It is in the captain's command. Young man, you use the language of a passenger, not of a helmsman. You must make the shift from passive wishing to active commanding." She taught him, instead of wish, the posture of the powerless use, command, the posture of the creator. Instead of someday, the indefinite postponement use, now, the focusing of all power into the present moment. Finn stayed on that island for a month, not just to repair his ship, but to repair his entire linguistic operating system. When he set sail again, he was a different man. He gathered his crew, unfurled the map, and said, his voice resonant and sure, "I command this ship to sail to the Isle of Fortune. Now we are on the course of prosperity. Every wind is our ally." There was no more hesitation, no more waiting, only an absolute command. And this time the ocean listened. The universal law, total elimination. No compromise. This is one of the harshest but most necessary lessons. When it comes to these forbidden words, we cannot simply limit them or try to use them less, because the word try is one of them. The only solution is a great verbal purge. You must decide to radically eliminate them from your vocabulary for a set period. This is a true detox meant to completely purify your energetic frequency and retrain your brain and subconscious to use the language of a master of destiny. Once you succeed, you will never want to return to the language of powerlessness again. Practical exercise. The Great Verbal Detox. A 7-day challenge. This is not a casual exercise. This is a powerful commitment to radical foundational change. Step 1. Identify the saboteurs. Take a piece of paper and write down the 5 primary forbidden words: hope, try, maybe, perhaps, should, wish. This is the list of the enemies of your power that you must eliminate. Step 2. Commit to the 7-day rehab. Declare powerfully to yourself and to the universe. For the next 7 days, I command myself to completely eliminate these 5 forbidden words from my thoughts and my speech. I choose to speak the language of a creator. Step 3. The emergency replacement tools. During these 7 days, every time a forbidden word arises in your mind, immediately use its replacement. This is the new reflex you must practice. When the thought I wish appears, stop. Replace with I command. When the thought I hope appears, stop. Replace with I know, or I am certain. When the thought I will try appears, stop. Replace with I am doing, or I will do. When the thought maybe appears, stop. Make a decision. It is this way or it is not this way. When the thought I should appears, stop. Replace with I choose. Step 4. Practice binary language. Throughout the day, practice taking your desires and phrasing them in the language of the universe. Use only valid commands. I am, I have, I create, I command. Desire to have more clients. Old forbidden way. I hope I get more clients soon. New valid command. I am a magnet for my ideal clients. I have a thriving stream of customers. I create value that people seek out. I command prosperity to flow to my business now. Undertake this 7-day challenge with the utmost seriousness. You will find that eliminating the forbidden words doesn't just change how you speak. It changes how you think, how you feel, and ultimately it changes the entire reality you experience. Chapter 10. The Rite of Rebirth. In a monastery hidden on a high mountain peak where time was measured by the shifting of the stars lived a woman named Ilara. She had come here after having learned and understood all the laws of language and creation. She knew what she ought to say, but the old patterns, like ghosts, would still sometimes return in her moments of weakness. She sought out the abbess of the monastery, a wise woman named Morwenna, and asked about the final step. Morwenna smiled. You have the map, but you have not yet fully undertaken the journey, she said. Knowledge alone is merely a seed. For it to sprout into a mighty tree, you must plant it with ceremony. Profound transformation requires ritual, not just mere effort. Morwenna explained that to create a foundational change, the action must be elevated to a sacred level. Using symbolic items and a fixed time sends a powerful signal to the subconscious and the universe that this is a serious undertaking, an unbreakable oath. She gave Ilara 3 items: a blank journal with a deep blue leather cover, a small silver mirror, and a white candle. This journal is the journal of creation, Morwenna said. The mirror is the mirror of truth, and the candle is the flame of transmutation. You will perform this rite at dawn for 8 days. At dawn on the first day, Ilara went to a stone balcony overlooking the valley. As instructed, she lit the candle and placed the mirror before her. Her task today was not to affirm the positive. It was step 1, confronting the old program. Morwenna had said power begins not with light, but with the courage to look into the darkness. You must drag all the lies you have told yourself out into the open. Looking into her own eyes in the mirror, Ilara began to confess. She spoke aloud all the negative verbal patterns that were deeply ingrained. I am not good enough. I am afraid of failure. I am not worthy of love. Life is always a struggle. As the words were spoken, Ilara felt a suffocating heaviness. She felt their stagnant, toxic energy. After each confession, she wrote it down in her journal of creation. By the time the sun rose, many pages were filled with the script of an old reality. For the next 6 days came step 2, intentional reprogramming. Each dawn, Ilara would light her candle and sit before her mirror. She would read aloud 1 page of the confessions from the first day. Then she would take a red ink pen symbolizing the energy of life and draw a firm line through each negative sentence. That act of striking through was not just on paper, it was an act of overwriting an old command in her subconscious. Next to each crossed-out sentence, she wrote a new decree, a new truth. I am not good enough became I am a unique and perfect expression of the universe. I am afraid of failure. Became every experience is a valuable lesson leading me to success. After rewriting, she would look in the mirror and speak aloud only the new decrees. Her voice, hesitant at first, grew stronger each day. She was installing a new program into the operating system of her reality. At dawn on the 8th day, the rite culminated in Step 3, transmutation and total release. Morwenna led Ilara to a small pottery kiln. Ilara was instructed to read all the crossed-out pages one last time, not with pain, but as a farewell. Then she carefully tore those pages from the journal. The rest of the journal now consisted only of pristine blank pages ready for a new chapter. She placed the old pages into the kiln. Morwenna handed her a lit taper. As Ilara lit the pages, the fire roared to life, consuming the old script. Fire is the element of purification and transmutation. This act was a definitive declaration to the universe. This old reality is utterly consumed. Its energy is transmuted into light and ash. It no longer exists. As the flames died down, leaving only a little white ash, Ilara felt an immense lightness, an empty and peaceful void. She hadn't just changed a few words. She had restructured her entire energy field. She had truly been reborn. The universal law restructuring your energy field. The purpose of this rite is not just to change a speaking habit. The entire process is intentionally designed to restructure your personal vibrational field from the inside out. Through confrontation, you acknowledge and withdraw your energy from the old programs. Through reprogramming, you carve new neural and energetic grooves, creating a default blueprint for success and abundance. Through release by fire, you sever all remaining energetic ties to the past, ensuring you cannot return to the old patterns. After this rite, you do not just speak differently. You are a different person with a completely new vibrational frequency, ready to write a glorious new chapter in the journal of creation that is your life. Practical exercise. The 7+1 day rite of rebirth. This is a sacred rite. Undertake it with the utmost respect and determination. Sacred preparation tools. A new journal that you love, a regular pen, a red ink pen or another powerful color, a mirror, a fire-safe vessel, a metal bowl, a cauldron, etc. And matches or a lighter. Time and space. Choose a fixed time each day. Dawn is ideal, and a private space where you will not be disturbed for 8 consecutive days. Day 1, the mirror confession. Light a candle to begin the rite. Place the mirror before you and look directly into your own eyes. Speak aloud all the limiting beliefs, self-criticisms, and complaints you regularly use. Be brave and confront them. After speaking, write them all down in your journal. Leave nothing out. Call this section the Ledger of the Old Reality. Days 2 to 7, reprogramming the code. Each morning, read aloud a portion of what you wrote on day 1. Using your red ink pen, draw a decisive line through each negative sentence. Next to or below it, write the new powerful present tense decree. E.g., I always fail. I turn every challenge into a stepping stone for success. After you have finished writing for the day, look in the mirror and speak aloud only the new decrees. Speak from your core with absolute certainty. Day 8. The Flame of Transmutation. This is the final day, the day of liberation. In your sacred space, read all the crossed-out pages one last time as a final farewell. Carefully tear these pages from the journal, place them in your fire-safe vessel, and set them alight. As the flames burn, watch them and speak the following declaration aloud. I completely release this old reality. I withdraw all energy I have ever given it. Its energy is now cleansed and transmuted into light. The past is complete. I am now a new beginning. I am a new being. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. After the fire has died, sit in silence. Feel the emptiness, the lightness, and the vast space that has just opened within you. Your journal is now ready for its most glorious chapters. You have been reborn. Chapter 11. The Tone of Creation. In an isolated valley where the air was so still, one could hear the wind whisper through the leaves, lived a master bell founder named Ilara. Her bells were famous not for their size, but for the clarity and power of their tone. It was said that when one of Elara's bells rang, it could calm storms and heal sorrowful hearts. A young apprentice Yorick came to study under her. He was technically gifted but impatient. The bells he cast often had a dull, chaotic, or quickly fading sound. He couldn't understand why. Elara observed him and saw that the problem was not in the alloy or the mold. The problem was in the ripples Yorick created before the first tone ever had a chance to ring out. Elara led Yorick to a round, mirror-still pool of water in the monastery courtyard. She held a small silver bell, a masterpiece of harmony. She gently struck the bell just above the water's surface. The tone was clear, long, and powerful. On the water, perfect concentric and strong ripples spread out far and wide. "This is the command of certainty," Elara said. Then she took a bell made by Yorick. Its sound was harsh and unpleasant. On the water, the ripples that appeared were chaotic, weak, and vanished almost instantly. And this, she explained, is the noise of doubt. You must understand that words are physical ripples in the creative field. They are not invisible sounds. Every word you speak is a physical event creating tangible ripples in the universal energy field and rearranging reality around you. She pointed out that while working, Yorick would often mumble, "I hope it rings loudly. I wish it doesn't crack." The quality of the vibration determines the result. Those uncertain words created weak and chaotic ripples, which were then cast into the very grain of the metal. The bell's sound was merely an acoustic replica of those words. Elara did not teach Yorick a new casting technique. She taught him a physical skill generating resonance. Resonance is a physical skill, not just a thought. You must turn your body into a finely tuned instrument. She guided Yorick on how to hum, to feel the vibration in his chest and abdomen. She taught him to speak from his power center, not his throat. He had to feel his words originating from his solar plexus, carrying the weight and depth of his entire being. Yorick spent weeks doing nothing but practicing the creation of a clear and powerful inner tone. Once he had mastered it, he returned to the foundry. This time, before pouring the molten bronze, he stood firm, breathed from his core, and declared with the deep, resonant voice he had practiced, "I create a perfect tone. You are eternal harmony." He had charged his specific intention into that resonant frequency. The bell he created, this time when struck, rang with a pure, long-sustaining tone that made the entire valley fall silent to listen. The 4 foundational verbs. In a hidden perfumery there was an artisan named Valerius. He was tasked with creating a new fragrance for the royal guard, a scent to be called courage. But all his efforts failed. The scents he created were either too overpowering or too weak. He realized he was mixing ingredients with knowledge alone, not with energy. He decided to stop and practice a different ritual. He wanted to master the 4 foundational verbs of creation. Every morning he stood before his vials of essential oils and practiced. First, he would say, "I command courage to manifest in this space." He practiced and felt the energy of authority. Next, he would say, "I create a fragrance of unshakable resolve." He activated the role of the architect. Then he would say, "I attract the most perfect essences for this purpose." He turned himself into an energetic magnet. Finally and most powerfully, he declared, "I am courage." He merged with the very state of being he wished to create. He repeated this until he could clearly feel the distinct difference and power of each command. He was tuning his own instrument. When he had achieved the strongest resonant state, especially with the phrase, "I am courage," he performed the final step. He took an empty vial, and with that resonant voice from his core, he charged his specific intention into that resonant frequency. He said, "I now charge this vessel with the frequency of unshakable courage." Only after he had coated his intention with the energy of absolute certainty did he begin the physical work of blending. This time his hands moved differently. They no longer hesitated. They knew exactly what to do. The perfume he created became a legend. It was said that it did not just smell of courage, but that it actually transmitted courage to anyone who perceived it. The universal law tuning the instrument of the soul. Your body is an instrument. Your words are the music it creates. An out-of-tune instrument can never produce a beautiful symphony, no matter how talented the musician. Similarly, a body that has not been trained to resonate cannot produce powerful creative commands, no matter how good your intentions are. The practice of speaking from your core, of feeling the vibration, is the process of retuning your soul's instrument. When the instrument is perfectly tuned, every intention you play upon it will create powerful, harmonious, and effective ripples, rearranging the universe according to the melody you desire. Practical exercise: tuning your creative instrument. This is a physical exercise to help you feel and master your own creative tone. Step 1. Find your resonant frequency. Stand or sit with a straight back, shoulders relaxed. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your solar plexus, upper abdomen. Close your eyes and begin to hum a long, sustained hum sound. Start at a low volume, focusing on feeling the vibration under your palms. Experiment with the pitch and depth of your hum until you find a sweet spot where you feel the strongest, clearest, and most pleasant vibration in both your chest and abdomen. This is your foundational resonant frequency. Memorize this feeling. Step 2. Calibrate the 4 foundational verbs. Continue to maintain that resonant state. Now allow the hum to slowly transition into spoken words, and say the following 4 commands aloud. Try to maintain that strong core vibration for each command. I command. Feel the stability and authority. I create. Feel the creative outward flowing energy. I attract. Feel a magnetic pull toward your center. I am. Feel a quiet, certain, complete stillness. Practice until you can speak all 4 commands without losing the resonance from your core. Step 3. Charge the frequency with an intention. Choose a single, clear, and specific intention. Example: a deep and peaceful sleep. Perform Step 1 to activate your resonant frequency. Bring yourself into your strongest and most certain vibrational state. While you are at the peak of this resonance, speak the final command aloud, loading your intention into that frequency. I now charge this resonant frequency with the intention of a deep and peaceful sleep. This command is sent. It is done. After speaking, remain silent for a few seconds, continuing to feel the vibration spread. Practice this exercise often. You are not just learning how to speak. You are learning to retune your entire being to become a perfect instrument for the grand symphony of creation. Chapter 12. Collapsing the Time Bridge. In an archery range deep within a forest, there was a master archer named Lyra. Her arrows did not fly. They seemed to teleport from her bow to the bullseye. Her student Finn was also a talented archer, but his arrows still had to struggle against the wind and the distance. One day, Lyra did not tell Finn to practice his shot. She told him to listen to himself. Before every shot, Finn would whisper, "This arrow will hit the target." That is the very problem, Lyra said. Your language is programming your personal timeline. When you say will, you are issuing a command to the universe: keep this event of hitting the target in the future. Maintain an energetic distance between me and my goal. And the universe, in its absolute obedience, does exactly that. She explained that the word will is the enemy of now. It creates a state of perpetual reaching and waiting instead of a state of having and experiencing. Finn's entire posture when he said will was one of reaching muscles, tensed eyes narrowed, trying to use his willpower to push the arrow across an invisible time bridge. All creative power is converged in the present, Lyra said, her voice deep and resonant. The past is ash, the future is vapor. Now is the only point of power, the only place from which you can create. You cannot shoot an arrow tomorrow. You can only release it now. She taught Finn the technique of collapsing the time bridge. Do not speak of a future shot, she instructed. Narrate a shot that is already complete in the present. Before you draw the bow, close your eyes. See the arrow already resting in the bullseye. Feel the joy of a perfect shot. Then open your eyes and declare that truth. This arrow is in the center. This isn't lying. This is using language to command a new reality into being instantaneously, pulling a possibility from the distant future directly into the present moment. Finn followed her instructions. He breathed deeply, visualizing the completed result. He did not say will. He declared, "This arrow is in the center." A miraculous change occurred in his body. The tension of reaching vanished. In its place was the stable, calm posture of having. He was no longer trying to shoot. He was simply releasing the arrow to go where it already belonged. The arrow flew without a trace of effort and embedded itself deep in the very center of the target. He had learned that the shortest path to a goal is not a straight line through space, but the collapse of the time bridge in the mind. The posture of the inheritor. In another land, there was a young man named Ronan, who had just inherited a vast estate that had been neglected for years. Though he held the deeds of ownership, Ronan still felt like a temporary caretaker. He would walk through the overgrown gardens and say to the few remaining staff, "Someday this place will be magnificent again." His language had locked both him and the estate in a state of waiting. Someday is a prison without bars. By always speaking of what he was going to do, he was unintentionally commanding reality to remain in its current state of ruin. His energetic posture was that of someone waiting for a future miracle. An old butler who had served his family for generations said to him, "Young master, the problem is not that the estate is waiting to be restored. The problem is that you are waiting to truly become its master." He advised the young man to change his language. Ronan began to practice the technique of collapsing the time bridge. He walked through the dusty corridors, and instead of saying, "I will repair this place," he stood tall, took a deep breath, and declared, "The splendor of my family is being reborn within these walls." He walked out to the gardens and said, "Beauty and abundance are returning to this land." The moment he changed his words, he changed his energetic posture. He no longer walked with the anxious air of someone waiting. He walked with the dignified presence of a master, witnessing his legacy being reborn. This new energy created new ripples. The staff felt his certainty and worked with a renewed spirit. Opportunities and resources that had seemed non-existent before suddenly appeared. He did not wait for the future. He commanded the future to become the present. The universal law, creative power, exists only in the now. The universe is not a gardener who accepts a seed today and promises fruit someday. It is a magical mirror that reflects precisely what is placed before it now. When you speak in the future tense, you are placing a blurry image, a promise before the mirror, and it will reflect that exact thing back to you, a promise that never materializes. When you speak in the present tense, you are placing a sharp, finished reality before the mirror, and it has no choice but to reflect a sharp and complete reality back to you. All the power to change your life is not in tomorrow or next year. It is contained within a single word, now. Practical exercise. The time bridge collapse exercise. This exercise is designed to help you reclaim your power from the future and anchor it in the present moment. Step 1. Identify your time bridges. Take a sheet of paper and draw a line down the middle. In the left column, list your 5 most important goals or aspirations. Write them as you most often think of them, e.g., I will lose weight, I will have more money, someday I will travel. These are the bridges you have unconsciously built, keeping your desires at a distance. Step 2. Analyze the reaching posture. Choose any statement from the left column. Stand up and say it aloud. As you speak, pay attention to the sensation in your body. Do you feel a slight tension, a sense of reaching for something distant? Are your shoulders slightly forward? Become aware of the energetic posture of waiting. Step 3. Issue the collapse command. In the right column, now rewrite each sentence using the time bridge collapse technique. Convert them completely to the present tense. I will lose weight. My body is healthy, balanced, and full of energy. I will have more money. I am a magnet for prosperity. The flow of money is moving toward me abundantly. Someday I will travel. I am a free explorer of the world. Wonderful journeys are opening up before me. Step 4. Feel the having posture. Now stand up tall. Your feet firmly planted on the ground. Take a deep breath into your core. Choose one of the powerful statements from the right column and declare it clearly and with authority. As you speak, feel the immediate shift in your body. Are your shoulders relaxed and open? Does your spine feel straighter? Do you feel a stability, the calm peace of someone who has, instead of the impatience of someone who wants? Memorize the feeling of this having posture. It is the energetic posture of a creator. Practice speaking from this posture, and you will find that the unnecessary time bridges automatically collapse, bringing everything you desire from a distant future back to its true home. Now, Chapter 13, The Melody of the Subconscious. In a village famous for its weaving, there lived an old master artisan named Ilara. Her tapestries were not just works of art. They radiated a peaceful and harmonious energy that made any room feel warm. It was said she wove magic into every thread. A young dyer, Liam, brought her spools of the most vibrant threads. He said to her, "Mistress Ilara, I can create every color of the rainbow, yet my own life is a chaotic mess without order. I have tried using my willpower to change. I have shouted affirmations, but everything remains the same. What is your secret?" Ilara did not answer right away. She sat at her loom and began to weave. As the shuttle glided rhythmically back and forth, a gentle melody began to issue from her lips, perfectly synchronized with her breath and the movement of her hands. It was a simple phrase repeated like a lullaby: peace in every thread, beauty in every line. After a moment she turned to Liam and said, "The secret lies here. The subconscious learns through rhythm, not through analysis. Your conscious mind, like a guard at the gate, will resist any attempt to change by force. But the subconscious, like a child, easily accepts what is melodic and repetitive." She explained that Liam's forceful efforts were like trying to carve a statue onto the surface of water. It only creates chaos and then vanishes. Gentle persistence overcomes rigid resistance. Just as water patiently wears away stone, the steady, gentle repetition of a melody will engrave a new belief into the subconscious more effectively than any forceful effort. "Consider your voice a sacred drum," Ilara said. "Each time you repeat an affirmation in rhythm, you are striking that drum, sending a vibration into your own energy field and that of the universe. Don't use force, use rhythm." Liam returned to his dye workshop. Instead of working in tense silence, he began to create a melody of his own. As he stirred the large vats of dye, he synchronized his movements with his breath and began a rhythmic chant: "Colors flow, abundance grows." He didn't shout, he just repeated it gently and steadily. Gradually, the work ceased to be a burden and became a dance, a meditative ritual, and a profound change took place. The colors he created had an unusual depth and vibrancy, as if they truly contained the energy of prosperity. Quantum programming. In a mountain monastery, a young monk named Thomas was tasked with copying ancient scriptures. He was very devout, but his mind was always restless and filled with self-doubt. His hands would often tremble, smudging the sacred calligraphy. The abbot, a man of deep stillness, called him over. He did not scold him. He handed him a string of 33 wooden beads and a single phrase: "My hands are an instrument of the divine." Every morning before you pick up your pen, the abbot instructed, sit in stillness. Synchronize your words with your breath to access the subconscious. As you breathe in, feel the peace. As you breathe out, whisper that phrase. For each time you speak, it glide your finger over one bead on this string. Do this exactly 33 times. He explained, the breath is the bridge, the Trojan horse that carries your message past the defensive walls of the mind and directly into the command center of the subconscious. And intentional repetition is quantum programming. Your repeating it 33 times is not a random magic number. It turns an act into a ritual. Each repetition is not just a reminder, but a new coat of energetic paint, a new line of code overwriting the old program of doubt. You are creating change at the most subtle level. Thomas began the practice. For the first few days, his mind still wandered, but the physical act of breathing, speaking, and touching the beads anchored him. The gentle rhythm gradually soothed his analytical mind. On the 7th day, he felt a distinct shift. A deep peace settled within him. When he picked up his pen, his hand was perfectly steady. The characters he drew were flawless. The phrase, "My hands are an instrument of the divine," was no longer something he recited. It had become a part of who he was. He had successfully rewritten the code of his subconscious, the universal law programming by resonance. Your conscious mind is like a skeptical gatekeeper suspicious of any new visitors. But your subconscious is like a fertile garden, ready to receive any seed that is planted gently and persistently. Willful effort is like throwing boulders into the garden. It only disturbs the soil. But rhythmic affirmations synchronized with the breath are like a gentle drizzle that slowly seeps deep into the earth, nourishing the new seed until it takes root and grows into a solid reality. You don't have to fight your old beliefs. You simply need to create a new, more compelling melody and repeat it with gentle consistency until your subconscious begins to hum that tune instead of the old songs of fear. Practical exercise, the rhythmic programming ritual. This exercise is designed to help you bypass the resistance of the conscious mind and install new beliefs directly into your subconscious. Step 1. Compose your melody. Choose one core belief you want to install. Turn it into a short, rhythmic, and easily repeatable affirmation. Example, peace in my soul, money in my bowl, or health in my frame, love is my name, or all is at ease. Life is a breeze. Choose a phrase that feels pleasant to you when you chant it. Step 2. Prepare the ritual tools to elevate the exercise into a rite. Prepare a counting object, a string of 33 beads, like a mala, a bowl of 33 small pebbles, or simply use your 10 fingers to count, repeating 3 times and adding a final 3. Having a physical tool helps to focus the mind and create a sense of ceremony. Time and space. Choose a fixed quiet time and space each day. Step 3. Perform the programming ritual. Sit comfortably with a straight but relaxed spine. Begin to breathe deeply and evenly. As you inhale, remain silent and feel the air entering your body. As you exhale, gently speak or whisper your melody in a soft, rhythmic way. Your voice doesn't need to be loud, just resonant. With each repetition, move one bead on your string or one pebble. Continue until you have completed all 33 repetitions or your chosen number. Step 4. Focus on rhythm, not meaning. During the process, do not try to analyze or believe the phrase. Let your conscious mind be lulled by the rhythm. Focus on the sensation of your breath, the vibration of your voice, and the movement of your fingers. Trust that your subconscious is listening and absorbing the message perfectly. Step 5. Commit to persistence. Perform this ritual consistently every day for at least 21 days. Gentle persistence is the key. You are slowly and surely wearing away the boulders of old beliefs and engraving a new melody of abundance and power into your subconscious. Chapter 14, The Primordial Command. In a bustling trade city, there lived a sculptor named Anya. Her works were not merely lifeless stone statues. They seemed to contain the very soul and truth of their subjects. One day, a wealthy merchant named Gregor, who always wore a mask of sorrow, commissioned her to sculpt a portrait of him in a posture of power and success, hoping it would help him feel that way. Anya accepted the commission, but she did not rush to touch the block of marble. For many days, she simply observed Gregor. She didn't just look at his face or his gait. She listened. She listened for the secret name he used to call himself. When Gregor complained about his rivals, she heard his whisper, "I am one who must always struggle." When he fretted about his assets, his energy said, "I am one who fears losing everything." When he looked at himself in the mirror, his disappointment declared, "I am one who is never enough." After a week, Anya summoned Gregor and said, "Sir, I cannot accept this commission." Gregor was stunned. Anya explained gently, "I cannot sculpt a king from a man who calls himself a slave to anxiety. This marble, like the universe, will not judge. It will only faithfully replicate the name you have chosen for yourself. Whatever follows, I am, seals your fate." She continued, "You must understand, I am is the most powerful creative command in the universe. It is not a description. It is a sacred declaration of being. It is a direct command, an insignia stamped directly onto the creative field of energy." She gave Gregor a challenge. "Go home," she said, "and for 1 month do nothing but change your secret name. Consciously declare for yourself who you are." Gregor's pride was wounded, but his desperation was greater. He returned home and began the practice. Every morning he stood before his mirror, his hand on his heart. At first it felt absurd, but he persisted. Instead of his unconscious complaints, he actively declared, "I am strength. I am security. I am enduring success." Speaking "I am" from the heart connected the command of his mind with the emotional and truthful center of his being. Gradually, the declaration was no longer a thought. It became a truth that his entire being acknowledged and vibrated with. The lines on his face softened. His posture became more dignified. The fear in his eyes was replaced by a deep peace. A month later, Gregor returned to Anya's workshop. She smiled and said, "Now I have a model." The statue she then sculpted became a masterpiece. It did not just capture Gregor's likeness. It radiated the energy of the fortitude and authority. He had truly become the name of the nameless. In a poor harbor town, there lived a nameless orphan known simply as the River Boy. His life was defined by what he did not have. He accepted the identity others gave him. You are an orphan. You are one who has nothing. And the universe faithfully arranged circumstances to confirm that identity. The boy lived in lack and was nearly invisible to everyone. He could not become anything else because he had never declared himself to be anything else. You cannot become what you do not declare yourself to be. One day, a blind old woman who was said to see things the sighted could not called the boy over. The boy said, "Grandmother, I have nothing, not even a name." The old woman smiled a smile without eyes that seemed to see into his soul. "Then that is the greatest gift the universe has given you," she said. "A person without a name is the freest of all. You are not bound by an old I am. Now go to the place where you were found and choose your true name for yourself. Do not beg for it, declare it." The boy went to the riverbank. He placed a hand on about his heart to connect with himself. He didn't think about what he wanted to have. He listened for who he truly was, and then, for the first time in his life, he spoke his name not for others to hear, but for the entire universe to hear. "I am courage. I am wisdom. I am hope." He repeated these names, and with each repetition, he felt himself stand taller. He was no longer the river boy. He was courage. He was wisdom. When he returned to the village, people looked at him differently because his energy was different. His courage prompted him to ask for an apprenticeship at the forge. His wisdom helped him learn quickly, and his hope lit a fire in his eyes that drew the affection of those around him. The boy was not given a new destiny. He used the primordial command, I am, to seal it for himself. The universal law, the declaration of being. Your greatest power does not lie in changing your outer circumstances. It lies in seizing the power to consciously define your I am. The outer world is only a mirror. It cannot reflect the image of a king if the one standing before it insists he is a beggar. It will wait patiently until you have the courage to stand tall, look at your own reflection, and declare your true identity. The moment you do, the entire universe rearranges itself to reflect the new truth you have just decreed. Practical exercise, the right of declaring being. This is a profound right to connect with your core creative power. Step 1. Listen for the old secret name. Find a quiet space, close your eyes, and ask yourself with total honesty, in the depths of my being, what have I always called myself? Allow the answer to surface without judgment. Is it, I am the anxious one, I am not good enough, I am the tired one? Write that name down on a piece of paper. Step 2. Release the old name. Look at the name you just wrote. Recognize that this is just a program, a habit, not your essence. Say aloud, this is not me. This is just an old coat I have worn. I release it with gratitude for the lessons it brought. I no longer need it. Then purposefully tear up or burn the piece of paper. Step 3. Choose your true identity. Take a new clean sheet of paper. At the top, write the words, I am. Below, list the core identities, the states of being that you choose to become. Use powerful nouns. Example, abundance, strength, peace, love, joy, creativity, perfect health. Step 4. The heart connection ritual. Stand or sit with a straight spine. Place one or both hands over your heart. Breathe deeply for 1 minute, feeling the warmth and energy from your heart center. Now begin your declaration of being. Speak slowly, clearly, with a voice that resonates from your core. After each declaration, pause for a few seconds to feel it saturate every cell of your being. I am strength. Pause. Feel it. I am peace. Pause. Feel it. I am abundance. Pause. Feel it. Continue through your list. This is not a race. This is an act of fusion. You are not just speaking the words. You are becoming them. Practice this right every day. It is the most important work you can do, because once you are solid in who you are, everything else in the universe will automatically rearrange itself to serve that truth. Chapter 15. The Vibrational Key. In a quaint ancient street there lived a master locksmith named Valerius. It was said that he could not only open any lock made of iron and steel, but could also forge keys that opened the doors to opportunity, health, and prosperity. A young scholar named Finn, who had studied all the philosophies of creation, sought him out. Finn brought with him a long list of positive affirmations he had collected. Master Valerius Finn said, I have all the powerful words, yet they seem to open no doors in my life. I feel as though I possess a great deal of gold, but I cannot forge it into a key. Valerius smiled the smile of one who understands a great secret. You are correct, he said. You have pieces of precious metal, but you have not forged them in order. Power lies in structure, not just in content. A key works not because it is made of gold, but because its grooves are arranged in a precise order to match the lock. He explained that random affirmations are like shapeless pieces of metal. For them to become a vibrational key that can unlock reality, they must be forged according to the 3-step formula of the sacred declaration. Valerius held up a gleaming brass key. Look closely, he said. First is the bow of the key. This is where you hold it, where you connect your own strength to a power greater than yourself. This is the anchor. You must begin by acknowledging and connecting with a universal law, a sacred truth. This shows you are co-creating, not acting alone. Next, he pointed to the shaft, is the body of the key. It is the bridge that connects the handle to the grooves. This is the identity. You must declare the truth of your being, affirming that you are one with the source of power you have just named. This step connects the microcosm of yourself to the macrocosm of the universe. And finally, and most importantly, he ran his finger over the sharp, intricate cuts is the blade. This is the part that does the work, that opens the lock. This is the command. You will issue a clear, specific present tense command as an inevitable result of the first two steps. Valerius stressed that the structure is the vibrational key. The precise arrangement of these three steps creates a perfectly structured frequency, an acoustic code that can unlock the door of manifestation quickly and effectively. Finn wanted to find a lost ancient book. Previously, he would just repeat, "I find the book." Now, under Valerius's guidance, he forged his key. He stood firm, his feet planted on the ground. He placed his hands together before his chest, then slowly opened them, palms facing the sky. This is the body posture of openness and reception, signaling to the universe that he was ready. And then he spoke, his voice resonating from his core. The anchor. I know that the wisdom of the universe is infinite, and that all lost knowledge can be found. The identity, and I am one with that wisdom, a channel for truth to be revealed. The command, and therefore the ancient book I seek, is being drawn to me with ease and grace right now. A few days later, a strange merchant, having heard of Finn's studies, sought him out. He brought with him an old leather-bound book he had bought at a distant market and was unable to read. It was the very book Finn had been searching for. He had not just spoken a wish, he had forged a perfect vibrational key and opened the door to his treasure, the universal law. Sacred order. The universe operates on order and structure, from the orbit of the planets to the architecture of a snowflake. Your creative words are no exception. When you arrange your language in a sacred order, you are speaking the same language as the universe. You are demonstrating an understanding of its laws. And the universe, recognizing such a perfectly structured frequency, responds with a corresponding manifestation. Your body posture is also part of that structure. A closed, hunched body will contradict a declaration of abundance. A stable, open, and receptive posture will amplify the power of the vibrational key you have just created, allowing the universal flow of energy to enter your life unimpeded. Practical exercise, forging your vibrational key. This exercise will guide you in creating your own vibrational key to open the door you most desire. Step 1. Identify the lock. First, clearly identify one goal, one door that you want to open. Be as specific as possible. Example, to have a harmonious and successful business partnership, or to heal my relationship with a family member. Step 2. Forge the key using the 3-step formula. Use the following template to write out your declaration. Take the time to truly feel each part. The anchor. Begin with I know that, I acknowledge that, or I trust in, and connect to a great universal truth related to your desire. Example, I know that harmonious partnership is a natural law of the universe. The identity. Begin with and I am one with, or and I am, to connect yourself to the truth above. Example, and I am one with that law, an embodiment of mutual cooperation and respect. The command. Begin with and therefore, or and that means to issue your specific present tense command. Example, and therefore the perfect business partner who shares my vision and integrity is stepping into my life right now. The complete key would be I know that harmonious partnership is a natural law of the universe, and I am one with that law, an embodiment of mutual cooperation and respect, and therefore the perfect business partner who shares my vision and integrity is stepping into my life right now. Step 3. Unlock with a ritual. Find a quiet space. Practice the posture. Stand tall, your feet firmly on the ground. Feel the connection. Take a deep breath. Place your hands together in a prayer position at your chest. As you begin to speak, slowly open your hands out to the sides. with your palms facing up toward the sky. This is the posture of offering your intention and being ready to receive the result. Speak your entire three-part key aloud clearly and with authority. Speak from your core with absolute resonance and certainty. After you have finished speaking, hold the posture for a few seconds. Feel the energy of the now opened door. Feel the gratitude for it being done. Use this key every day. Each time you perform the ritual, you are not just repeating a phrase. You are inserting the key into the lock, and with each turn the lock clicks until the door to your new reality swings wide open before you. Chapter 16. The Frequency of Gratitude. Outside a bakery that always smelled of fresh bread, there sat a beggar named Silas. Day after day he sat there huddled in a posture of lack. His entire existence was a plea. "Please, sir, a scrap of bread," he would whine to passers-by. "I have nothing." Silas's language was a powerful declaration. Begging is the language of lack. Every time he said, "Please give me," or "I have nothing," he was broadcasting an intense frequency of emptiness into the universe. And the universe, being a perfect mirror, reflected that exact frequency back to him. People passed by and they gave him precisely what his frequency requested, a maintained state of lack. He would receive just enough for a scrap of bread to survive another day of misery, only to continue the cycle of misery the next day. He was locked in a loop created by his own language. One day the baker, a wise woman named Anya, came outside. She did not offer him bread. She looked at him and said, "Today I will give you nothing. Instead, I want you to find a single thing to be thankful for. Don't beg, acknowledge." Silas was furious. "What are you talking about? I have nothing to be thankful for." Anya remained firm. "Look closer." In his desperation, Silas looked around. The sun was shining on his face, warming his skin. Reluctantly, he mumbled, "I am grateful for the sun." Anya nodded. "Good. You have found a treasure. Come back tomorrow and tell me about it." The next day, instead of begging, Silas said to Anya, "I am grateful for the warm sun." Anya smiled and gave him a whole loaf of bread. The following day, Silas found a wildflower growing in a crack between the stones. He said, "I am grateful for the beauty of this flower." Anya gave him 2 loaves of bread and a piece of cheese. Silas began to understand. Gratitude is the frequency of possession. The hidden key was this: when you express gratitude for something, you are sending a powerful signal that you already have it. Even before it fully appears in your physical reality, you are speaking from a state of abundance. He began to actively search for things to be grateful for. The song of a bird, cool water, a stranger's smile. His energy changed. He no longer sat huddled in lack. He sat up straight in the posture of one who possessed invisible treasures. Gratitude is a magnetic force. The vibration of acknowledgement and appreciation that radiated from him began to attract better things. A merchant, sensing the change in Silas's aura, stopped and offered him a steady job. Silas's life was completely transformed, not because he begged harder, but because he had switched from the frequency of lack to the frequency of possession. The lesson of the half-empty granary. In the countryside, a farmer named Ronan was facing a harsh winter. The harvest had failed, and his family's granary was only half full. Every day he would look at the empty space in the granary, his heart filled with anxiety. His language focused only on what he didn't have. "We're going to starve," he told his wife. "The granary is almost empty." He didn't realize that he was using his energy to nourish the very deficit he feared. His wife, a woman who understood these laws, came to him. She did not say, "Don't worry, dear, our granary is full." That would have been a denial of reality. Instead, she said, "Let us perform a miracle." This is a frequency upgrade, not a denial of reality. We know half the granary is empty. But from now on, let us consciously choose to look only at the half that is full. Let us be grateful for it. She explained that abundance responds to acknowledgement, not to demand. The universe will bring more of whatever is appreciated. Every evening, instead of worrying, the husband and wife went to the granary. They did not look at the empty space. They placed their hands on the remaining sacks of grain and spoke words of thanks from the heart. We are so deeply grateful for these golden grains, a symbol of the Earth Mother's provision. We acknowledge and celebrate the abundance that is present in our home. They were upgrading their words and vibrations to the frequency of the end result they desired: satiety, despite their current circumstances. This powerful frequency of gratitude began to act as a magnet. A few days later, a distant cousin who'd had an unexpectedly bountiful harvest sent them a cart full of grain for no reason at all. Then Ronan discovered a secret cellar beneath the granary floor that his grandparents had left years before, filled with nuts and dried goods. They made it through the winter with more than enough. The miracle did not come from begging. It came from acknowledging and being grateful for the abundance they already had. The universal law, gratitude, is the language of already having. The universe does not distinguish between what you hold in your hand and what you hold in your heart. To it, the feeling of gratitude is irrefutable proof that abundance is present. When you beg, you say to the universe, "I am in lack." And the universe replies, "Yes, you are in lack. I will give you more experiences of lack to confirm that truth." When you are grateful, you say to the universe, "I am in possession." And the universe replies, "Yes, you are in possession. I will give you more experiences of abundance to confirm that truth." The choice is yours in every moment. Which truth do you want the universe to confirm for you? Practical exercise. Activating the gratitude magnet. This exercise is designed to shift your frequency from lacking to having, turning you into a magnet for abundance. Step 1. Create a ledger of possession. Use a new journal dedicated solely to this practice. Do not call it a gratitude diary. Call it your ledger of possession, because everything you write in it is proof of your wealth. Step 2. The evening acknowledgement ritual. Every night before sleep, write in your ledger at least 5 things you possess that day for which you are grateful. Train yourself to find abundance in the smallest of things. Example: a delicious meal, clean air to breathe, a kind word from someone, the warmth of your bed, the ability to read and understand these words. Step 3. Speaking from the frequency of possession. After writing, choose one item from the list you feel most grateful for. Place your hand on your heart, close your eyes, and say aloud, "I am so deeply grateful that I have that thing in my life. I acknowledge and celebrate this abundance right now." Truly feel that emotion radiate from your heart throughout your body. Step 4. The advanced practice. Package deal. Gratitude. Think about the biggest challenge or problem in your life right now. Instead of resisting it, find an aspect of the challenge for which you can be grateful. Example: I am grateful for this financial difficulty because it is teaching me how to manage money more wisely and creatively. Example: I am grateful for this difficult relationship because it is being a mirror that helps me see the wounds within me that need to be healed. This is the ultimate frequency upgrade. When you can find and acknowledge abundance even in adversity, you are sending a powerful signal to the universe that you are ready to learn the lesson and receive the blessing that awaits on the other side. Chapter 17. The Instant Counterattack. In an ancient fortress guarding the frontier, there was a veteran sentinel named Kyle. He was training a young recruit, Ronan, in the art of defense. The fortress is the mind, and the whispers of fear, the spies of doubt, are always trying to sneak in from the outside. Ronan was a diligent sentinel, but he made one mistake. When a spy, a negative thought would whisper from beyond the walls, "You will not hold this fortress." Ronan would argue with it. He would shout back, "That's not true. Our walls are strong." He would analyze the enemy's words, worry about them, and allow his emotions to be drawn in. By doing so, he invited the enemy into a dialogue. He gave it his attention and his energy. Kyle saw this and stopped him. "You are making a fatal mistake," he said. "You are dialoguing with a shadow. A true sentinel does not debate. He neutralizes the threat instantly." He taught Ronan the core technique of the instant counterattack. "The very moment you hear the whisper of doubt," Kyle instructed, "do not analyze, do not dwell, do not argue. Instantly, using the sovereign voice of a commander, issue a counter-decree, a higher truth that completely overrides its lie. Your reversing statement must be overwhelmingly authoritative. The next day, when another whisper arose, you are too weak to resist." Ronan no longer argued. He stood tall, took a breath into his core, and issued an instant counterattack, his voice resonant and sure. "Strength is my nature." That declaration, spoken with absolute conviction, acted like a powerful blast of energy that not only repelled but dissolved the whisper of weakness. A lie has nothing to hold on to when a greater truth is declared. Ronan had learned to be an observer of the threat, not a participant in its drama. By doing so, he cut off the limitation at its root, like pulling a weed the moment it sprouts. Active reprogramming. In a jewelry workshop, there was a master artisan named Elara, famous for her ability to create flawless gems. She was teaching her apprentice Lena how to handle raw gemstones, which often had internal cracks or inclusions, nature's own negative thoughts. When Lena saw a small crack in a gem, she would often worry. She would try to think positively in a passive way. "I hope I don't ruin it." She would try to work gently around the crack, but that very fear would often make her hand tremble and cause the crack to grow larger. Elara showed her another way. "A flaw is also an energetic command," she said. "You cannot wish it away. You must use a stronger command to restructure it. This is active reprogramming, not passive positive thinking." She took a flawed gem. She did not ignore the crack. She looked directly at it. And then, with a precise and authoritative tap of her tool, she created a new facet right at that spot, a facet that not only eliminated the crack, but made the gem refract light more brilliantly. She explained to Lena, "When the thought, 'I might ruin this stone,' appears in your head, don't try to push it away. Counterattack instantly. Declare a higher truth with overwhelming authority. 'My hands carry perfection.' That declaration will reprogram the energy of both you and the stone." Lena began to practice the technique. The moment the thought, "I'm not skilled enough," began to sprout, she immediately countered with a command from her core, "I am a master artisan." She didn't just think it, she felt that truth in her fingertips. This instant intervention changed everything. It calmed her nervous system, steadied her hands, and allowed her true talent to be revealed. The universal law turning your mind into a sovereign kingdom. Your stream of thoughts is like a river. Sometimes it is calm, but other times it carries the debris of fear and doubt. To passively allow negative thoughts to float through your mind is to allow invaders to roam freely through your kingdom. The instant counterattack technique is the act of a sovereign king or queen. It trains you in the skill of observation and intervention. You learn to stand in a neutral position, observing the flow of your mind. When you identify an invader, a negative thought, you do not panic or engage it in battle. You simply exercise your authority, issuing a higher decree to restore order. Gradually, your mind will be transformed from a chaotic battlefield into a well-protected kingdom where only the citizens of peace, strength, and abundance are allowed to reside. Practical exercise. The instant counterattack technique. This is a martial art for the mind, a skill you can use anywhere, anytime. Step 1. Train observation, the sentinel. Set aside 1 hour in your day. Don't try to do anything. Simply sit quietly and watch your thoughts as if you were watching clouds pass in the sky. Do not judge, do not cling. The goal of this step is to create a space between you, the observer, and the thoughts. You are the sky, not the clouds. Step 2. Identify your most common invader. After observing, identify which type of negative thought visits you most often. Is it self-criticism? Worry about money, fear of the future? Give it a name, for example, the voice of doubt. Step 3. Forge your counterattack weapon. For your most common invader, create a short, powerful present tense counter command. This is your pre-prepared weapon. Invader, you're going to mess this up again. Counterattack. I am the embodiment of success and efficiency. Invader, something terrible is about to happen. Counterattack, I am always safe and divinely guided. Invader, I am never enough. Counterattack, I am the very essence of infinite abundance. Step 4. Practice the instant reflex. This is the most important part. Make a commitment to yourself. From this moment on, the instant you identify the invader appearing in your mind, you must act immediately. Stop. Do not let the thought continue. Take one deep breath into your core. Launch the counterattack. Say it aloud if you can, or with a powerful resonant inner voice. Do this decisively. No hesitation, no analysis, just an instant reversal of the energy. With every successful execution of this technique, you are reinforcing your own sovereignty. You are sending a clear message to your subconscious and the universe that in your kingdom there is only one who has the authority to issue commands, and that person is you. Chapter 18. The Silent Amplifier. On the peak of a high mountain, often shrouded in mist, lived an oracle in a simple cave. She never spoke much, but every word she uttered was said to have the power to reshape the destinies of kings and kingdoms alike. A young General Kyle, who was facing an impossible battle, sought her out. He spoke in a rush, his words tumbling over one another, filling the quiet cave with the noise of fear and urgency. He explained the entire complex strategic situation and expected an answer, a detailed plan. After Kyle had finished, the oracle fell into a deep and heavy silence. Kyle grew restless, uncomfortable. He was used to filling every void with sound, with action. This stillness was almost unbearable. When the oracle finally spoke, her voice was in no hurry. It rose from the profound stillness, and each word was spoken as a separate event punctuated by weighty pauses. She said, "The mountain does not resist the wind." Kyle was stunned, almost angry. Had he braved so many dangers only to receive such a cryptic and slow pronouncement? As if reading his thoughts, the oracle explained, "Silence is the energy amplifier for the spoken word. My words would be meaningless if they were drowned in your noise. You must understand that the pause allows reality to soak in the command. Each pause is not an emptiness. It is a sacred space for the command to have time to settle and integrate into the fabric of reality before the next command is issued." She continued, "Words born from silence carry authority. They are not an impulsive reaction, but a measured declaration containing the full force of your intention." Kyle, forced to slow down by the oracle's rhythm, began to ponder her words. The mountain does not resist the wind. In the silence, the meaning began to permeate his being. He realized he had been trying to meet a stronger enemy head-on. Instead, he should be like the mountain, stable, enduring, and allowing the enemy's strength to exhaust itself as it rushed past him. He had found his strategy not from a detailed plan, but from a simple phrase amplified by silence. The art of refinement. In a small workshop, a master gem cutter, Valerius, was teaching his apprentice Lena. Lena had learned to use affirmations, but she believed that more was better. Every morning she would read a long list of affirmations. In a rush, almost without breathing, "I am wealth, I am success, I am love, I am strength." Valerius watched her and shook his head. He placed a rough diamond on a velvet cloth and said, "You are treating powerful words like pebbles. You toss them away hastily. Learn to honor each word as a singular creative event." He explained that her rushed words were like hundreds of light and useless taps on the diamond's surface. They lacked the force to create a single facet. Less is more, he said. That is the principle of energetic refinement. A single cut made with focus, intention, and power will create a perfect facet. Likewise, a few carefully chosen words, spoken with intention and surrounded by silence, have 1,000 times more power to manifest. He guided Lena in a new exercise. Today you will speak only 3 words, but you will give them all of your reverence. Lena took a deep breath, focusing her entire mind. She spoke the first word, I. Then she fell silent. She felt the energy of the word I, felt her entire existence within that single word. She let it settle. After a few breaths, she spoke the second word, AM. She fell silent again, feeling the absolute and unshakable truth of the state of being. Finally, after another pause, she spoke the last word, abundance, and she sat in the echoing silence of those 3 words, allowing them to fully complete their creative mission. She realized that 3 words spoken in this way carried more creative power than the 100 phrases she had rushed through. She had learned the art of refinement, that true power lies not in quantity, but in the quality of the silence that surrounds the word. The universal law. When silence speaks. Imagine your words are a drop of ink into a glass of clear water. If you are constantly stirring the water, the noise of your mind and unconscious speech, the drop of ink will dissolve and disappear. But if you drop that ink into a glass of still water, you can clearly see it spread, creating beautiful forms and coloring the entire glass. Silence is not absence. It is clarity. It is the perfect medium for your verbal intentions to manifest with the most power and definition. When you honor silence, you are honoring your own creative power. Practical exercise, the ritual of creative silence. This exercise will train you to use silence as an amplifier for your commands. Step 1. Prepare a silent space. Choose a time and place where you will be completely undisturbed for at least 10 minutes. Turn off all devices. This is a sacred appointment between you and the universe. Step 2. Choose a distilled command. Choose your one most important affirmation and distill it down to its purest essence, usually no more than 3 to 4 words. Example, I am perfect health, or love is arriving, or money flows freely. Step 3. Practice spaced-out speech. Sit with a straight, comfortable spine. Close your eyes and spend a minute just listening to the silence around and within you. Take a deep breath. As you exhale, speak the first word of your command. For example, I. Then remain completely silent for at least 3 full breaths. An inhale and an exhale is 1 breath. In this pause, focus on feeling the energy and meaning of the word you just spoke. Feel it settling and permeating reality. After 3 breaths, speak the second word. For example, AM. Remain silent for another 3 breaths. Feel the absolute truth in that word. Repeat the process until you have spoken your entire command. Step 4. Bask in the final silence. After the final word and the final pause are complete, do not rush to the next thought. Continue to sit in silence for at least 1 more minute. Feel the space around you. It is no longer an empty silence. It is a silence that has been charged with your energy and intention. This is the fertile ground where your command is taking root and sprouting. Practice this art. You will soon discover that sometimes the most powerful words are the ones heard most clearly in the silence. Chapter 19. When Belief Becomes Law. On a mountaintop perpetually shrouded in clouds, there lived one who was known as the Silent Master. People did not seek him out to learn a technique, but to simply be near his presence, a presence that was said to make flowers bloom on stone and rivers flow upstream. One day, Alara came to him. She was no longer a novice seeker. She had mastered the rituals, her voice was resonant, and her declarations had power. But deep inside, she still felt a final veil, a sense that she was still doing something to create a result, rather than simply being the result itself. She presented herself to the master. To demonstrate, she looked at a withered rose on the table. She performed a perfect three-step sacred declaration. Energy converged, and the rose slowly straightened its petals, becoming plump with life again. It was a miracle. The silent master observed in silence. Only when the rose was fully revived did he speak, his voice not a sound but a vibration in Alara's mind. You have become a master artisan of the tools, but you are still using tools. He asked her, when the sun rises, does it need to perform a ritual to shine? No, Master, Alara replied. It simply shines, for that is its nature. Precisely, the master conveyed. The ultimate power lies in belief, not in words. This is the final evolution of all technique. The entire journey of learning language, structure, and rhythm, it is all just scaffolding to build a single tower, the tower of unshakable belief. When the tower is complete, the scaffolding is no longer needed. He explained that the shift from hoping to knowing is the final rung on the ladder. Hoping, he said, is when you are still standing on this side of the river, looking at the other shore. Knowing is when you realize there is no river at all. There is only you and your reality unified as one. To demonstrate, the master glanced at another flower, a bud that was still tightly closed. He spoke no word. He performed no ritual. He simply looked at it with a state of absolute knowing. He knew its nature was to be in glorious bloom. He did not desire it nor command it. He simply acknowledged a truth that already existed in potential. And before Alara's eyes, the bud slowly, gently unfurled its petals, as if responding to an irrefutable truth. Your word becomes law when you know it is law, the master continued. At that point, you are no longer saying an affirmation. You are simply stating a fact. You do not need permission from the universe because your word and your belief have merged into one, creating a force of pure creation. You and the universe are one. He gave Alara one final practice, not to create, but to purify. Use the mirror, he said, not to declare, but to observe. Look into your own eyes and hold the state of knowing. Search for and eliminate the slightest ripples of doubt in your gaze, in the furrow of your brow, until your reflection shows only the quiet sovereignty of a creator. Alara understood. The entire journey was not about learning how to talk to the universe. It was about building a belief so solid that the universe had to listen. The ultimate goal was to transform from a wisher to a commander, from a petitioner to a declarer of truth. That is the sign of true mastery. The universal law when belief becomes you. At the highest level, there is no separation between you, your belief, and your words. They merge into one. You do not need to try to believe because you are that belief. You do not say, I am abundance, as a way to convince yourself. You say it simply because it is an obvious truth of your being, as natural as the sun saying, I am light. In this state, your every word carries the quality of a physical law, and the universe, with absolute precision, is compelled to obey. Mastery is not knowing all the techniques. Mastery is the state where you no longer need them. Practical exercise, the rite of unification. This is the final practice, not to learn more, but to become. Step 1, mirror-based doubt purification. Stand before a mirror in a quiet space. Choose one core state of being you wish to unify with, e.g., peace. Your task is not to recite an affirmation. Your task is to become that state. Feel the peace in every cell. Now look deep into your own eyes in the mirror. Become a subtle observer. Search for the most minuscule signs of remaining doubt, a fleeting furrow of the brow, a gaze that isn't completely certain, a slight tension at the corner of your mouth. Your goal is to hold the knowing of that peace until your reflection shows no ripples whatsoever, only a quiet and absolute sovereignty. This is using yourself as a biofeedback tool to achieve perfect unification. Step 2. Stating a truth. Once you have achieved the state of pure sovereignty in step 1, proceed to the next step. You are not saying an affirmation, you will be stating a fact. Say calmly, with the same certainty you would use to state your own name, I am peace. Feel that this statement is not an effort, but merely a simple description of your current state of being. Step 3. The test of silence. This is the test of mastery. Find a small object in your space, perhaps a pen or a leaf. Set a simple intention for it, e.g., the pen rolls slightly to the right. Instead of using words, simply look at it. Hold the absolute state of knowing that it is moving according to your intention. Do not wish. Do not try. Simply acknowledge a truth that it is happening. This exercise is not for performing miracles. It is to prove to yourself that the ultimate power lies in your state of belief, and that words are merely the tool to help you achieve that state. Step 4. Acknowledging the inner shift. Finally, ask yourself this: do I feel inside like a wisher, always seeking and hoping, or do I feel the autonomy, the quiet sovereignty of a commander, a creator who knows that reality conforms to their will? Feel that shift. Acknowledging it is the final seal confirming your mastery. You have completed the journey from learning the word to becoming the word itself. Chapter 20. The energetic seal. In an ancient library where scrolls of parchment held the history of dynasties, there was a woman known as Lyra, the chronicler of fate. It was rumored that she did not merely record what had happened, she had the ability to write what would happen. A young merchant Finn whose fortunes rose and fell like the tide sought her out. Mistress Lyra, he said, I have learned to use my words. On some days my affirmations bring results, but then they vanish as if written on water. How do I make my commands endure? Lyra looked at him, her eyes as deep as a starlit well. Because your words lack a seal, she said. An ordinary word can drift away, but a word spoken within a sacred rite becomes anchored to the fabric of creation. Ritual is the energetic glue that transforms a word from a mere intention into a command that is bound to reality. She decided to teach Finn the rite of sealing, a ceremony said to turn a physical word into a universal law. First, you must harness the power of the transitional moment, Lyra instructed. Awaken before the dawn. The moment of interplay between dark and light is an energetic gateway when the veil between worlds is at its thinnest, when reality is as malleable as warm beeswax ready to receive a new seal. She explained that this rite mimics a complete creative cycle. Write, speak, release. At dawn the next day, Lyra gave Finn a small piece of parchment and a quill pen. 1. Write, giving intention form. Now, she said, distill your desire into a single, clear, and powerful present tense command. This act of writing will transmute the formless intention in your mind into its first physical shape. Finn thought for a moment and carefully wrote, I am a magnet for enduring and unceasing prosperity. 2. Speak, charging the form with energy. As the first rays of dawn began to appear on the horizon, Lyra told Finn to hold the parchment in his hands. Now charge this form with energy, she said. Using your sovereign voice issuing from your core, read this command aloud 3 times. With each reading, feel your energy and your will soaking into every fiber of the paper. Finn read the command aloud, and he felt the parchment in his hands seem to vibrate and grow warm. 3. Burn, releasing the command to the universe. Lyra lit a single candle. This is the final and most important step, she said with a solemn voice. This is the act of absolute faith. Burn this paper. When you do this, you are releasing your command into the universe. You are saying to the Creator, my part is done. The order has been delivered. The rest is yours. Finn touched the corner of the parchment to the flame. It caught fire and began to curl, burning brightly. He placed it in a bronze bowl. They both watched in silence as the paper turned to ash. In that moment, Finn felt an extraordinary sense of relief and a deep, profound trust. He was no longer hoping, he was knowing. Lyra said, "You have just created an immutable, energetic seal. This seal has now become an unchangeable fact in the energy field. It is a reference point that the universe will now continually work to manifest as your physical reality." Finn returned to the city. His business no longer experienced fleeting waves of luck. Instead, a stable, enduring flow of prosperity began to pour into his life. He felt a deep-seated stability from within. His word was no longer written on water. It had been sealed by fire and delivered to the universe. The universal law ritual, as an energetic commitment. When you perform a ritual, you are doing more than just saying a few words. You are declaring to the entire universe that you are serious. You are mobilizing all elements: time, the dawn, matter, paper, ink, energy, your voice, your intention, and the elements fire to focus on a single purpose. This act creates an energetic commitment. It is like signing and affixing a wax seal to a sacred contract between you and the universe. Once the seal is made, the universe has no choice but to honor and execute that contract. Practical exercise, the energetic seal ritual. This is a powerful rite. Use it only for your most important intentions that you wish to seal into your reality. Step 1. Prepare the ceremonial space-time. Choose a morning when you can awaken before dawn and will not be disturbed. Space clear. A small corner making it your sacred space. Items: a small piece of clean, beautiful paper, a pen that you love to use, a candle, a fire-safe vessel, a ceramic, porcelain, or metal bowl. Step 2. Transmute intention, the act of writing. In the pre-dawn stillness, sit and breathe deeply. Distill your desire into one single command, in the present tense, powerful and clear. Carefully write this command in the center of the paper. As you write, be conscious that you are giving your intention a physical body. Step 3. Activate energy, the act of speaking. As the first light of the new day appears, light your candle. Hold the paper in both hands. Look at the words you have written. Read your command aloud 3 times. The first time for familiarity. The second time with resonance from your core. The third time with all the authority and belief of a creator. Step 4. Release into the universe. The act of burning. This is the moment of absolute faith. Say, "I release this command to the universe with complete faith." Touch a corner of the paper to the candle flame until it catches fire. Quickly place the burning paper into your fire-safe bowl. Watch the flame consume the paper. Visualize the physical energy of the paper and ink being transmuted into the pure, energetic energy of a universal command. When the paper has burned completely to ash, say, "The command has been sent. The energy has been released." It is done. Step 5. Silence and trust. Sit in silence for a few minutes. Do not think about how it will happen. Do not worry. Feel the peace and completion of a job well done. You have made your seal. Now walk into your new day with the trust that the universe is already arranging everything to execute your command. Chapter 21. The Covenant with the Universe. In a bustling port city, there lived an old merchant named Valerius. He was the wealthiest and most respected man in the city, not because of clever business tactics, but because every trade deal he entered seemed to be guided to success by an invisible hand. A young merchant, Ronan, who worked hard but frequently met with failure, sought him out for his secret. Ronan believed Valerius possessed a hidden treasure map or some kind of lucky talisman. Valerius invited Ronan into his office. "I hear your business has not been favorable," he said. "Let me see your ledger." Ronan eagerly produced his scrolls, accounting for his income and expenses. Valerius waved them away. "Not this ledger," he said, his voice deep and warm. "I want to see your true ledger, the one you have been writing every single day with your own words. Because, my son, every word is a binding covenant with the universe. He explained, consider every word you speak, not just as a sound, but as a clause in an invisible contract. And the universe is a fair and impartial merchant. It doesn't judge your order as good or bad. It simply fulfills what is stated in the contract with absolute precision. Valerius recounted what he had heard from Ronan himself down at the port. When a shipment was delayed, Ronan had said, "There's always a problem." This was a clause ordering problems to continue occurring. When a deal fell through, Ronan had sighed, "Another terrible day." This was a clause placing an order for another terrible day. When looking at his half-empty warehouse, Ronan had mumbled, "I never have enough." This was a clause that sealed a state of lack. "Do you see?" Valerius said. "The universe has delivered exactly what you requested. And here is the most important warning. A complaint has the same creative power as an affirmation. Creative energy is neutral. It does not give preference to positive words. Your careless complaint carries the same power to construct an unwanted reality as a deliberate declaration. To change his fortune, Ronan did not need a talisman. He needed a new covenant. Valerius told him he must elevate his intention by formalizing the agreement. The act of writing down a covenant with the universe is a powerful ritual. It transforms a tacit, unconscious agreement into a conscious, formal, and sacred contract. Under Valerius's guidance, Ronan took a sheet of the finest parchment and drafted his covenant of prosperity. He wrote out each article with clarity. Article 1. I, Ronan, am a trusted and beloved partner of the universe. Article 2. Every transaction I engage in is guided by wisdom and integrity and brings benefit to all parties involved. Article 3. The flow of prosperity, opportunity, and good relationships comes to me continuously and with ease. Article 4. I acknowledge and am grateful for all the abundance currently present in my life. He read the covenant aloud, and then with great ceremony, he signed his name at the bottom. That signature was a declaration that he was aware of his power and committed to using it with intention. Now, said Valerius, maintain the covenant through daily remembrance and recommitment. He advised Ronan to hang the covenant where he could see it each morning. Rereading it is not just a reminder, he explained. It is the act of re-signing, renewing, and recharging the contract each day, ensuring its terms are always the top priority in your energy field and that of the universe. Ronan followed the advice. Every morning, the first thing he did was read his covenant. This habit reprogrammed his unconscious language. He stopped complaining. He began to speak and act from a position of committed prosperity. Gradually, the problems vanished. Deals became favorable. Good partners sought him out. He hadn't changed the outer world. He had changed his contract, and the world, as a fair partner, executed it. The universal law, your energetic contract. Your life today is the result of thousands of clauses you have unconsciously written into your invisible contract. Every complaint, every self-criticism, every statement of lack is a clause with legal standing at the energetic level, and it is being perfectly executed. The good news is you have the full authority to draft a new contract at any time. By becoming aware of your power and formalizing your intention into a sacred covenant, you shift from an unconscious signatory to a master drafter of your reality, one who can write any terms they desire and know with certainty they will be honored. Practical exercise: drafting your sacred covenant. This exercise is one of the most powerful actions you can take to consciously reshape your life. Step 1. Prepare for the signing materials. Choose a beautiful sheet of paper, one that feels valuable to you. Use a good pen. This is a sacred legal document, not a hastily scribbled note. Space. Find a quiet, clean space. Create a formal atmosphere as if you were about to sign the most important contract of your life. Step 2. Draft the articles. Write the title at the top. the sacred covenant between myself, your name, and the universe. Below, begin writing the articles for your new life. Number them clearly. These are the new truths you are declaring. Write them in the present tense. Example articles. Article 1. On being. I am the embodiment of divine strength, love, and wisdom. I am worthy of all the best things in life. Article 2. On health. My body is a temple of vitality. Every cell within my body vibrates with the energy of perfect health. Article 3. On prosperity, I am a magnet for wealth and abundance. All the resources I need come to me easily and at the right time. Article 4. On relationships. I attract and nurture relationships that are sincere, loving, and mutually respectful. I am always surrounded by kindred spirits. Feel free to add articles about your career, creativity, peace, etc. Step 3. Sign the covenant. After you have written all the articles, read the entire covenant aloud with a clear, formal, and authoritative voice. At the bottom, write today's date, then sign your name with intention. As you sign, feel that you are impressing a powerful, energetic seal, finalizing this agreement. Step 4. Maintain the covenant's power place. This covenant in a place of honor where you can see it every morning on your desk beside your bed, taped to your mirror. The daily recommitment ritual. Every morning, take a minute to hold or touch your covenant and reread it. This is the act of renewing the contract for the new day, reminding both yourself and the universe of the terms that are in effect. In this way, you are no longer a passive victim of life's currents. You are the drafter, the signatory, and the beneficiary of your grand contract with life. And the universe, as your fair partner, will always execute it. Chapter 22. The Language of Wealth. In remote canyons where it was rumored hidden veins of gold lay, there was an old gold prospector named Kyle. He possessed no better tools or secret maps than anyone else. But where others found only gravel, Kyle always found gold. A young miner, Finn, who had dug for years and harvested only fatigue, decided to follow him to learn his secret. Finn observed that before Kyle struck the ground with his pickaxe for the first time, he did not look at the rock and soil. He performed a silent ritual. Finn, like many others, had always spoken to the mountain in the language of lack. He would dig with a sense of desperation, muttering, "There's nothing here, I'm always broke." He was begging the mountain to grant him wealth. And the mountain, like the universe, responded only with silence. Kyle taught Finn a foundational truth. "You are speaking the wrong language," he said. "Wealth has its own language. Money and gold are not just physical matter, they are a flow of energy. And this flow does not understand pleading. The language of wealth is command and certainty." He showed Finn his ritual. Every morning, Kyle would take out a single gold coin that he always carried. He didn't look at it as money. He looked at it as an energetic conduit. First, he said, you must create a physical connection with the energy of money. Hold it in your hand. Feel its weight, its energy. Allow your body to attune and calibrate itself to the exact frequency of wealth. Next, Kale spoke of the most important step, shifting from an identity of lack to an identity of attraction. "You cannot find gold when you call yourself a poor man," he said. "Declare a new truth. Instead of 'I'm broke,' declare 'I am a magnet for abundance.' Instead of 'I don't have enough money for a new pickaxe,' declare 'I allocate my wealth wisely.'" Finally, Kyle performed his command. He held the gold coin, looked at the mountainside, and did not beg. He spoke in a calm, certain, and authoritative voice. "I am a friend of gold. The flow of prosperity is guiding these hands." Then he added a sealing statement, a command of a higher order. "I speak these words as an immutable, universal law. Where I seek gold shall be revealed." By declaring his words as an immutable law, Kyle was no longer a seeker. He became a commander. He was not requesting a result. He was affirming that his very words had the power of a law that could not be broken, and the mountain, like the universe, always obeys such laws. Finn began the practice. He stopped complaining. Every day he performed the ritual with a small nugget of gold he owned. He changed his identity. He learned to command with certainty. Gradually, he no longer dug with desperation. He dug with the expectation of one who knows he will find. Before long, his pickaxe struck a glittering vein of gold. He hadn't found a new location. He had found a new language. The universal law building, the energetic highway. Your subconscious and your energy field are like a dense jungle. The thoughts and words of lack that you have repeated for years have created familiar, dark, overgrown paths. Whenever a thought about money arises, your energy automatically runs down those old, worn-out trails. The continuous practice of a new ritual is the act of clearing the jungle and building a new road, a highway for the energy of prosperity. The power lies in the continuous cycle. The 21-day uninterrupted repetition is the time required for the old paths to become overgrown and unused, while the new highway becomes wide, clear, and the default route for your energy flow. Each day of practice is a new layer of asphalt, making that road solid and unbreakable. Practical exercise. The 21-day prosperity flow programming ritual. This is a powerful commitment to completely reprogram your relationship with the energy of wealth. Undertake it seriously for 21 uninterrupted days. Step 1. Prepare the communication tool. Energetic conduit: choose a coin or a bill. Keep it clean and use it only for this ritual. Call it your prosperity magnet, time and space. Choose a fixed time each day. Mornings are best to perform the ritual. Step 2. Change your identity. Perform before the main command. Before you begin, speak this declaration to cancel the old program and install your new identity. I cancel all old beliefs and identities of lack. From this moment forward, I am a living magnet, attracting wealth, prosperity, and abundance from all directions. I welcome wealth. Step 3. The daily ritual physical connection. Sit quietly holding your prosperity magnet in your hands. Close your eyes. Feel it. Imagine the energy of all the wealth in the world is converging in this conduit and flowing into your body. Stay with this feeling for 1 minute. Issue the foundational command, still holding the conduit. Look straight ahead and read the following command aloud and clearly. The flow of money and opportunity comes to me abundantly and continuously from all sources, both known and unknown. Everything I do creates prosperity for myself and for others. Seal with an immutable law. Immediately after reading the command above, add this final sealing statement with all your authority. I speak these words as an immutable, universal law. It is done. Step 4. The 21-day commitment. Mark it on a calendar. Commit to yourself that you will perform this ritual every single day for 21 consecutive days. If you miss a day, show respect for the process by starting the cycle over from day 1. This is not a punishment, but a way to ensure the integrity and power of the energy field you are building. After 21 days, you will not have just changed a habit. You will have changed your energetic nature. You will no longer be one who seeks wealth. You will be one whom wealth seeks because you have finally learned to speak its language. Chapter 23. The Language of Love. In a magnificent castle there lived a lady named Alara. She had everything: beauty, wealth, and a kind heart, but she was deeply lonely. She longed for a true love, but it seemed to always elude her. Alara sought out Anya, a famous portrait artist, who was said to be able to see a person's soul through her brushstrokes. Alara hoped that a beautiful portrait might help her attract a life partner. Anya accepted the commission, but she did not rush to paint. She spent time talking with and observing Alara. She quickly realized that Alara was constantly speaking the language of separation. When she saw happy couples, Alara would whisper, Why can't I find anyone? When a potential relationship didn't work out, she would tell herself, love always eludes me. She didn't know that words of separation attract separation. Each question, each lament was a powerful command sent into the universe, and the universe, in its faithfulness, responded by bringing her more experiences of loneliness to reinforce the truth she had declared. Anya began to sketch, and the picture that emerged was of a beautiful woman, imbued with a deep sadness and solitude. She showed it to Alara. "This is the truth you are speaking every day, my lady," Anya explained gently. "This portrait merely reflects your energy. I cannot paint a queen in love when the model is a searching heart." Anya taught Alara a secret speak, as if love is already yours. The key is not to beg for love from the outside, but to speak from the state of one who is already being loved from within. First, Anya guided Alara on how to powerfully reframe her current state. Instead of saying, "I'm still single," with a sense of lack, Anya said, "Declare I am in a sacred period of preparation to welcome my perfect life partner. See this as a precious time for you to become whole, not as a punishment." Instead of thinking, "No one wants me," she continued, affirm a higher truth. "I am deeply loved and cherished." And then Anya revealed the foundational command. More important than anything, you must be loved before you can attract love. Stop searching for it outside. Declare your being. Say, "I am the embodiment of love." When you identify with that energy, you will automatically attract those of the same frequency without effort. Finally, Anya guided Alara on how to command a worthy relationship rather than just attracting love in general. And to amplify that energy, she taught her a symbolic ritual. Every sunset, she said, "Go to your window, light a pink candle, place a hand on your heart, and speak your new language." Alara began the practice. Every sunset, she performed her ritual. She no longer told the story of loneliness. She began to declare a new truth. Her energy changed. The desperation in her eyes was replaced by a look of confidence, peace, and a self-generated radiance. She was no longer a person searching for love. She had become love itself. At a royal banquet, a duke from a distant land who had met Alara before and only seen a melancholy beauty in her was now completely captivated. He was drawn not by her looks, but by the radiant, self-possessed and loving energy that emanated from her. He approached her not to conquer a lonely woman, but to connect with a kindred spirit. They found each other a connection based on deep respect and understanding. When Anya painted the final portrait, it was the image of a truly happy woman, her eyes sparkling with love and fulfillment. Alara had to become the person in that painting first, before reality could reflect it back to her. The universal law: you are the magnet. Your words are the current. You are a magnet. Your words are the electric current that determines what that magnet will pull toward itself. If you constantly run a current of loneliness, lack, and searching through it, your magnet can only attract corresponding experiences. But when you consciously change the current, when you run the current of wholeness, possession, and I am love through it, your magnetic field changes. That magnet will begin to attract people, relationships, and experiences that share the same high frequency of love and appreciation. You do not need to search. You only need to change your frequency, and what belongs to you will be automatically drawn to you. Practical exercise: the right to attract a worthy love. This exercise is a sacred ritual to reprogram your energy, turning you into a lighthouse that attracts a true and worthy love. Step 1. Prepare the sacred space-time. Choose the sunset, the romantic moment of transition. Item A: pink candle, the color of love, romance, and compassion. Step 2. Reframe your state before you begin. Look in a mirror and speak these words to release the old story. I release the story of loneliness and searching. From now on, I am in a wonderful period of preparation to welcome a great love. Step 3. Unify with the energy of love. Light your pink candle. Sit comfortably, placing a hand on your heart. Close your eyes and feel the warmth from your palm. Breathe deeply and speak the foundational command. Repeat it until you feel it is true. I am the embodiment of love. I am love. Feel the loving energy filling your heart and radiating from you. Step 4. Issue the command for a worthy partner. Once you feel filled with the energy of I am love, issue a specific and clear command for the life partner you deserve. Say aloud with the voice of one who already possesses. And because I am the embodiment of love, I command and attract to myself a worthy life partner, one who is, list the most important qualities to you, honest, kind, deep, humorous, respects me, shares my vision. Continue with the command for the nature of the relationship. Our relationship is built on a foundation of understanding, joy, absolute trust, and mutual growth. This sacred connection is being formed now. Step 5. Feel and receive. After you have finished speaking, continue to sit in silence for a few minutes. Keep your hand on your heart and gaze at the pink candle. Do not think or analyze, just feel. Feel the joy of a whole heart. Feel the peace of one who knows the very best is on its way. Carry that feeling with you. You are no longer a seeker. You are a lighthouse of love, and the ship you have been waiting for has seen your light. Chapter 24. The body is listening. In a valley hidden behind misty mountains, there lived a weaver named Elara. She didn't just weave cloth, she wove light and stories. Her tapestries were famous throughout the lands, not only for their vibrant colors, but for the unusual sense of peace that radiated from them. It was said that just by standing before one of Elara's works, all the sorrows of the heart would dissolve. But then one day a gloom began to creep into her hands. It started as a slight fatigue, then gradually turned into a persistent aching pain, causing her once nimble fingers to become stiff and clumsy. The loom, which had once been her joy and life's purpose, now became a source of misery. The healers in the region all shook their heads, giving it various names, weavers, wasting dryness of the joints, and offered her ointments that had no effect. Elara's language began to change. She no longer spoke of the colors of the sunset or the inspiration of a wildflower. Instead, her every conversation revolved around my pain, my diseased hands, my ruined career. She was using her own words to weave a new tapestry, a tapestry of sickness and her body. A faithful student was diligently recreating that gloomy picture in every cell. The illness was no longer just in her hands. It had become her identity. One afternoon, as Elara was looking at her swollen hands in despair, a wise old woman who lived on the mountaintop came to her cottage. She brought no medicine or herbs. She simply sat down beside Elara, looked deep into her eyes, and said gently, "Poor child, you have stopped weaving tapestries of light and have turned to weaving your own pain. Your body is a living loom, and your words are the threads. You are commanding it to weave decay." Elara was stunned. Commanding? She was just describing the truth. But the old woman continued, "Your truth is the one you choose. See your body not just as a biological machine, but as an intelligent, conscious system that listens and responds to every vibration of your words. You have the power to command it directly." From that day on, Elara began a new practice. She no longer wove cloth, she wove health with her words. Speak the language of wholeness, not the language of sickness. The first thing she did was to stop talking about the illness. She forbade herself from mentioning the pain or my weak hands. Instead, when someone asked how she was, she would smile and reply, "I am in the process of recreating perfect harmony." She had stopped identifying with the illness and began identifying with wholeness. Speak, "I am health," not "I will be healthy." The old woman had warned her of the future tense trap. To say I am getting better still tacitly acknowledges a state of being unwell in the present. The universe does not operate on linear time. It responds to the present state of being. So Ilara began to declare with finality. Every morning upon waking, she would place a hand on her heart and say, I am the embodiment of perfect health. I am dexterity and vitality. She was commanding an immediate state, not a future process. Direct communication with cellular intelligence. Every day, Ilara would sit in silence, not to grieve, but to converse with her body. She spoke directly to her hands as if they were intelligent living beings. "O cells of my hands," she would whisper, "I command you to remember your original perfection. Release all memory of pain. Be filled with vitality and function in perfect harmony." In another land where towering stone castles were built by masterful craftsmen, there was a man named Kael. He was a stonemason famous for his incredible strength and a back as solid as a pillar holding up the sky. But an accident had stolen that pride, leaving him with chronic back pain, a bitter reminder of the body's fragility. Kael was drowning in regret. His words were colored with loss. "My back is ruined. I'm not the man I used to be." He lived in a reality where his body was an enemy, a burden. Then one day he noticed the old architect who supervised the construction. The old man never shouted or gave harsh orders to the masons. Instead, he would often walk around the site, placing a hand on the stone blocks and whispering to them. Kael, curious, approached him. The architect smiled. "Every structure has a soul. I am merely reminding it of the greatness it was born to become." A flash of insight struck Kael. If an inanimate block of stone could be inspired, why not his own living body? He began to apply a similar method, but with a greater intensity, charging the rhythms of life with healing. Intention, Kael understood that his body had sacred, automatic rhythms. He began to attach his healing commands to them. When he breathed in, he wasn't just breathing air. He declared, "Every breath draws in healing life force." When he felt his heartbeat, he affirmed, "Every beat distributes perfect health to every muscle fiber, every vertebra." He had reprogrammed the most basic functions of his body to become vehicles for healing, issuing a meta-command for instant response. To overcome the inherent doubt of the mind and the inertia of matter, Kael created a meta-command. At the start of each practice, he would stand tall, place a hand on his back, and declare in a voice that allowed no argument, "My body responds instantly to these commands." This was a command for the body itself to obey the subsequent commands without delay. It was the ignition key ordering the conscious machine to operate immediately. Gradually, a miracle occurred. Kael's pain lessened. His strength began to return. He not only went back to his work as a stonemason, but did so with a new wisdom. He understood that true strength lay not in the muscle, but in the commanding power of consciousness. Your body, like Ilara's and Kael's, is a faithful and intelligent servant. It does not distinguish between a constructive command or a destructive lament. It simply obeys. It is listening to you right now. Every word you speak, every thought you entertain, is an instruction being engraved into your cellular intelligence. What will you command it? Practical exercise, the cellular command ritual. Choose a zone. Find a quiet place. Choose one part or one system of your body to which you want to send the energy of healing and wholeness, e.g., your digestive system, your eyes, your skin. Connect with rhythm. Place your hand on that area or on your heart. Breathe deeply and slowly. Feel the pulse of life within you. Declare the language of wholeness. Begin to speak directly to your body with a voice of authority and love. Use the present tense, "I am." For example, for the digestive system, I command you to operate in perfect balance and efficiency. You are the embodiment of easeful absorption and transmutation. I am digestive harmony. For the eyes, cells of my eyes, remember your original clarity. I command you to see with brilliance and definition. I am perfect vision. Charge the rhythm, synchronize your words with your breath. As you inhale, say, I breathe in pure vitality. As you exhale, say, I breathe out all traces of disharmony. Activate with the meta command. End your practice by declaring powerfully, my body is an intelligent conscious system. It listens to my every word and responds instantly. My command has been executed. Every cell is now obeying. Practice this daily as an act of honoring and commanding your sacred body. You are not a victim of your biological circumstances. You are the supreme commander of your own physical kingdom. Chapter 25. Fortune follows frequency. In a bustling port city where ships with colorful sails came and went like shuttles weaving a tapestry of prosperity, there lived a merchant named Liam. He was an honest and diligent man, but it seemed an invisible dark cloud always hovered over his head. When other ships had fair winds, his would meet with storms. When others' cargo arrived just as the market price was high, his would arrive when demand had already waned. Liam would often sit alone in the tavern, looking out at the harbor and sighing. My luck is just rotten, he would mutter to his tankard of ale. I'm never fortunate. He would tell anyone who would listen about his failed shipments, about the opportunities that slipped through his fingers. He didn't realize that with every lament he was broadcasting a powerful signal into the universe, a command that repelled the very things he longed for. He had become an expert in the language of misfortune, and his life, an obedient student, reflected that perfectly. In desperation, Liam decided to undertake one final voyage, but this time, instead of commanding it himself, he asked to be a passenger on the ship of an old sea captain named Silas. People called him Lucky Silas because his voyages were always strangely safe and profitable. Liam wanted to learn his secret. Throughout the journey, Liam observed closely. Silas had no lucky talisman, nor did he perform complex superstitious rituals. His secret lay in his words and an unshakable inner belief. Before weighing anchor, Silas would stand at the ship's bow, look toward the horizon, and declare in a booming voice, "O vast ocean, we are friends. Guide us to shores, chimeras of prosperity." He did not plead, he commanded. He did not hope, he affirmed. One evening, as the two men sat under a starry sky, Liam asked him about his luck. Silas smiled, the lines of wind and waves etched deep around his eyes. Young man, fortune is not blind. It is not a series of random events. It is a responsive flow of energy that actively seeks out and follows those who call its name with the language of certainty and vibrational compatibility. I don't hope for good fortune. I am good fortune. Those words enlightened Liam. He realized how wrong he had been. Stop speaking the language of misfortune. The first and most important step for Liam was to purify his language. He set a rule for himself: never again utter self-destructive phrases like "my luck is rotten" or "I'm never fortunate." Every time that thought appeared, he would instantly replace it. Those phrases were not descriptions of reality. They were powerful commands that actively banished good fortune from his path. Be a lucky person, don't hope for luck. Liam understood that he couldn't attract good fortune by wishing for it. He had to transform his identity. He began a new practice. Every morning he would look in the mirror and declare with finality, "I am a magnet for good fortune. I am the embodiment of prosperous opportunities." When you are fortune, then fortune will find you as a matter of course, just as iron is drawn to a magnet. Become a lighthouse to attract opportunity. Liam began to see himself as a brilliant lighthouse in the middle of the ocean. The light of that lighthouse was his declarations of authority and belief. He visualized this light helping the divine ships of opportunity see him from afar and find their own way to his shore. He was no longer chasing opportunities. He was attracting them. In another kingdom there was a minstrel named Anya. She had a voice as clear as a mountain stream and a gift for storytelling that could move even the hardest of hearts. However, she could only perform in noisy taverns in exchange for a few spare coins. Her dream was to perform before the royal court, but that opportunity seemed as distant as the stars. Anya believed that fortune was only for those of high birth or with powerful connections. If only I had a chance, she would often think. No important person would ever come to a place like this to hear me sing. She was an extraordinary talent who carried the vibrational frequency of lack and low self-worth. One day she met a royal artisan who was polishing a simple wooden chair. He worked with an unusual focus and reverence. Anya asked why he spent so much effort on such an ordinary object. The artisan replied, "My lady, I don't wait for attention. I use my hands and my mind to create an aura of excellence around it. I trust that its royal nature will attract the king's eye." Anya had an epiphany. She had been waiting for external recognition instead of creating an internal energy field, creating an aura of luck. Anya understood that fortune isn't just an event. It can be a permanent energy field that surrounds you. She began to practice creating her own aura of luck. Every day before performing, she would find a quiet corner, close her eyes, and continuously affirm, "My talent is a gift. An aura of good fortune surrounds me. I attract the right people at the right time for the right opportunities. I am a shining star." In this way, she was transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary possibilities. Using the body to declare readiness. Anya also learned another secret. Before every performance, even if it was just in front of 3 drunken farmers, she would perform a small ritual. She would stand tall, take a deep breath, and slowly open her arms wide, as if she were standing on a grand stage receiving the applause of thousands. This posture of arms wide open to receive was not just a formality. It was a powerful physical signal to the universe declaring that she was not only commanding fortune to come, but was also completely open and ready to receive it in all its forms. And then the inevitable happened. One night the king's grand chancellor, who was in charge of finding new talent for the court, had his carriage break down and was forced to stay at the very tavern where Anya was singing. He was captivated not only by her voice, but by a confident, radiant energy that emanated from her. Her aura had beckoned him. The opportunity she had dreamed of did not arrive by chance. It was an appointment that had been predestined by her own vibrational frequency. Practical exercise. Becoming a lighthouse of fortune language purification. For the next 24 hours, pay close attention to all your words related to luck and opportunity. Every time you catch yourself saying or thinking something negative, "I'm so unlucky, that will probably never work out," stop and immediately replace it with, "I cancel that command. I am the creator of my own good fortune." Build a new identity. Choose your I am statement for fortune. For example, I am a magnet for success and opportunity, or I am the embodiment of divine luck. Write it down and read it aloud each morning. Create your aura of luck. Spend 5 minutes each day. Close your eyes and visualize a brilliant golden light surrounding you. As you visualize, repeat your I am statement. Feel this energy field of good fortune growing stronger every day. Practice receiving. At least once a day, stand in a place where you feel comfortable. Take a deep breath and slowly open your arms wide, palms facing the sky. Hold this posture for 30 seconds and feel your readiness to receive all the good that the universe is sending your way. Say, "I am wide open to receive all good fortune and blessings." You are not a leaf floating on the river of fate. You are the lighthouse, and your power lies in deciding what light you will shine into the universe. Shine the light of certainty, and the ships of opportunity will find you. Chapter 26. Fear is fed by words. In a valley surrounded by majestic mountains, there was a renowned school for knights. There, a young man named Ronan possessed a natural gift for swordsmanship and combat. In practice sessions, no one could match his speed and precision. However, Ronan carried an invisible dragon within him, a dragon of fear. The closer he got to the first nightly tournament of his life, the more ferocious that dragon became. It wasn't a fear of physical wounds, but a fear of failure, of being humiliated before the crowd. "I'm afraid I will fail," he confessed to his master. "What if I'm not good enough? This fear is suffocating me." He did not realize a crucial truth. Fear only exists when you use words to keep it alive. Fear, doubt, and resistance have no intrinsic power. They are merely illusion shadows. They only become real and gain power over you when you use your words to acknowledge and empower them. Ronan's words had turned an illusion into a tangible monster. His hands began to tremble when he held his sword. His mind went blank in the middle of a sparring match. The universe does not respond to fear itself, but to your declaration about it. When Ronan said, "I am afraid," he was commanding a reality where fear was real and powerful. He was creating the very failure he dreaded. His master, a wise old knight, did not advise Ronan to not be afraid. He knew that was a useless command. Instead, he led Ronan down into a dark cellar, holding only a single candle. He lit the candle, and a small circle of light appeared, pushing back the surrounding darkness. "Look," he said. "The darkness seems vast, but does it fight back against the light? No. It simply vanishes where the light is present. Your fear is that darkness, and your powerful words are this candle. Powerful words are the light that makes the darkness of fear disappear. Just as darkness cannot exist where there is light, fear and doubt cannot maintain their grip when faced with powerful declarations of courage, competence, and certainty." Ronan learned an invaluable lesson. He began a new practice. He no longer tried to fight the dragon, he simply lit the fire within himself. He applied a master's technique. The acknowledge and disempower technique. On the morning of the tournament, Ronan felt the familiar trembling return. But this time, instead of panicking, he calmly looked at his hands. He acknowledged the feeling. "I see you, shadow of doubt," he whispered. And immediately he used his authority to declare, "But you are nothing more than an illusion. You have no substance, no power. I give you no authority over me. Here I am, the master." He acknowledged the illusion's presence but refused to grant it any power. Then he declared his own truth. "I am composure. I am skill. I am victory." In another place, hidden in an ancient tower, there was an alchemist named Isabella. She was incredibly knowledgeable about formulas and elements, but she had been stuck for months. Before a final stage of transmutation, the one said, "To turn base metal into gold." Fear had frozen her. She feared a small mistake could cause an explosion, feared wasting precious materials. Her self-talk was always, "The risk is too great. I'm afraid of what could go wrong." The fear of a potential disaster prevented her from taking the necessary step to achieve a great success. Her mentor, a grand alchemist, saw through Isabella's stalemate. He led her to a blazing furnace. "This fire," he said, "it contains destructive power, but do we fear it? No. We respect it, and we use its energy." Fear is also a form of energy, a cold fire. An ordinary alchemist tries to extinguish it. A master alchemist uses it as fuel for the great work. This lesson opened a new door of perception for Isabella. She decided she would no longer banish fear, she would make it her ally. Transmuting fear into fuel, spiritual alchemy. This is a higher evolution than merely dispelling fear. Isabella stood before her workbench, clearly feeling the familiar knot of fear in her stomach. Instead of resisting it, she closed her eyes and spoke to it with a voice of authority. "I acknowledge this energy, but I do not call it fear, I call it focus. I command this energy to transmute into fuel for my precision. Your intensity will become the intensity of my sharpness." In doing so, she performed an act of spiritual alchemy. She took the raw energy of fear and transformed it into the motivation to propel herself forward. And then, with a level of focus she had never before experienced, she completed the transmutation. The result was not just a glittering ingot of metal. Her greatest achievement was turning fear into power. The ultimate power lies in your conscious choice. In the end, you are the master of your reality. Like Ronan and Isabella, you have the absolute right to choose between power and fear in every moment. Every declaration of courage, peace, and freedom is an act of asserting your sovereignty over your own inner kingdom. Practical exercise, the art of mastering fear. Practice these two levels depending on the intensity of the fear you are facing. Level 1. Disempowerment. For everyday worries, identify when you feel a familiar fear or doubt, e.g., fear of public speaking, fear of rejection, anxiety about a meeting. Stop. Confront, breathe deeply. Don't run from it. Look directly at the feeling. Acknowledge and disempower. Speak silently or aloud. I see you fear of, name the fear. I acknowledge your presence as a shadow, but I declare that you have no power here. I give you no strength. Declare the new truth, immediately replace it with a powerful command. I am confidence. I am peace. I have all the resources I need to handle this situation perfectly. Level 2. Spiritual alchemy. For major fears and primary blocks. Identify. Choose a major fear that is holding you back from an important goal, e.g., fear of starting a new business, fear of a career change. Feel the energy. Sit quietly and allow yourself to feel the full energy of that fear in your body without judgment. Feel its intensity, its power. Command the transmutation. Place your hand where you feel the fear most strongly, often the chest or stomach, and declare powerfully, I take this energy. I command it to transmute instantly into courage, unstoppable motivation, breakthrough creativity, absolute focus. This energy is now my fuel. Act immediately after the declaration. Take one small concrete action toward your goal. This action seals the transmutation command and makes the new energy real. Chapter 27. The Spoken Word as Cosmic Alchemy. We have journeyed far from realizing the power of words to heal the body and attract fortune to mastering fear. Now we will step into a higher level of understanding where the spoken word is not just a command, but an alchemical tool, a structured process to transmute the invisible energy of intention into the physical reality of a result. This is cosmic alchemy, the ultimate art of conscious creation. In an ancient kingdom there lived a chronicler named Elian. His job was to record the kingdom's events on scrolls of parchment. He wrote of battles, festivals, years of bountiful harvest, and times of famine. But Elian felt a deep sorrow in his work. He was merely an observer, a recorder of what had already happened, completely powerless against the flow of fate. Then one year a great drought came. The rivers ran dry, the fields cracked, and the people began to fall into hardship. Every day Elian painfully recorded the kingdom's decline. His scrolls were filled with the words of desperation. He wished he could write a different story, a story of rain and abundance, but he believed that was not his place. He was a chronicler, not a creator. While searching for documents in the royal library, Elian stumbled upon a long-forgotten section containing the ancient scrolls of the first chroniclers. As he unrolled them, he realized these predecessors did not just record history, they created it. These scrolls did not describe events. They described a method, a sacred rite for shaping reality with words. It was called cosmic alchemy. Elian understood that the most powerful spoken word is not just a singular declaration. It must follow a sacred formula. The three-step alchemical formula. To practice this alchemy and turn intention into reality, your words must follow a ceremonial process consisting of three main parts. The gateway. Begin with a sound or a power word to open a direct portal to universal energy, creating a sacred space for your command. The declaration. Issue your command clearly in the present tense as a truth that already exists. within the sacred space you have just opened. The seal conclude with a sequence of power words to lock your intention into reality, declaring that the creative process is finished and cannot be reversed. That night, Elian decided he would not just record reality, but create it. He went to the quietest courtyard in the royal city under the dim moonlight and began the rite. First, he opened the gateway. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and chanted the sound Aum. The use of a sound like Aum is not arbitrary. It is considered the primordial sound of creation. By beginning with it, Elian was synchronizing his own vibration with the foundational frequency of the universe, amplifying the power of the entire rite. He felt the vibration spread from his chest throughout the space, creating a sacred stillness. Next, within that still space, he made his declaration. He did not plead. He spoke as if he were recording an obvious fact. Rain is falling. The heavy clouds are watering this land. The rivers are full again. Life is reviving. This kingdom is the embodiment of fertility and abundance. Finally, Elian performed the most important step, the seal. He spoke with a decisive voice without a hint of hesitation. It is done. It is sealed. This step is crucial as it closes the creative loop, leaving no empty space for doubt. It is a notification to the universe that the work is finished and only the physical manifestation is awaited. And then Elian performed one final step described in the ancient scrolls, grounding to transmute energy into matter. He knelt and placed both palms flat against the dry, cracked earth. This act is an essential alchemical step. It helps to ground the energy he had just invoked, pulling it from the formless energetic realm into the tangible physical realm, helping the manifestation to occur faster and more solidly. A few days later, clouds began to gather from afar. A gentle but persistent rain began to fall, ending the long days of drought. Elian looked out his window not as a chronicler, but as a co-creator. He understood that his words were not echoes of the past, but seeds for the future. This rite is not just for grand undertakings like changing the weather. It can be applied to every aspect of life, from healing a relationship to attracting an opportunity to finding inner peace. By following this sacred formula, you are shifting from merely wishing to intentionally creating. You are practicing the most ancient and powerful art of all, turning thought into things through the bridge of the spoken word. Practical exercise, the creative alchemy ritual. This is the practical exercise for you to apply the cosmic alchemy formula to your own life. Perform it with ceremony and absolute faith. Define your intention. Choose one specific, clear thing you wish to create, e.g., a new job opportunity, harmony in the family, a high level of energy. Write it down on paper as a present tense declaration, as if it has already happened. E.g., I am now working in an inspiring environment where I am deservedly recognized. Prepare your space. Find a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. You may light a candle or burn some incense if you wish. Step 1. Open the gateway. Sit or stand in a comfortable posture. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep, slow breaths. Then ceremoniously chant the sound Aum 3 times. Feel the vibration spread throughout your body and the space around you. Know that you are opening a sacred portal. Step 2. The declaration within the quiet and powerful space you have just created. Read your prepared declaration aloud, clearly and decisively. Read it with all your belief, as if you are announcing an irrefutable truth. Step 3. The seal. Immediately after finishing the declaration, say, with a voice of final authority and certainty, it is done. It is sealed. As I will it, so it must be. Step 4. Grounding. Immediately place both of your palms flat on the floor or the ground if possible. Hold for about 30 seconds. Visualize a stream of brilliant golden energy flowing from above through the crown of your head, down through your body and arms, and into the earth through your hands. Feel your intention being firmly anchored into the physical world. Release and trust. Stand up. The rite is complete. Now entrust the result to the universe. Go about your day with a quiet and solid faith that the creative process is complete and its physical manifestation is on its way to you. Chapter 28. The power is in the consciousness. Not the word. We have journeyed far together exploring the formulas, the rites, and the powerful commands. But now we must arrive at an ultimate truth, one that underlies everything that has been said before. To create a miracle, the power comes not from the words or the formula, but from the state of consciousness from which the words are spoken. The word is the arrow, but the state of consciousness is the bow that determines its power and its direction. In a small village nestled on the edge of an ancient forest, there lived an old woman named Maeve. She was not a healer, an alchemist, or a sorceress. She was simply a presence of peace. It was said that when you sat near her, all the worries of the heart would dissolve, and you could hear the stillness of all things. One summer afternoon, a thunderstorm passed through and a bolt of lightning struck the dry forest. A fire erupted, and with the strong winds, it quickly became a massive, monstrous wall of fire, advancing hungrily toward the village. All the efforts of the villagers were hopeless. Panic and despair took hold. They prepared to abandon their homes, to abandon everything to flee the unstoppable fiery beast. All logic, all probability indicated that the village would be incinerated. But Maeve did not panic. She did not run to fetch water, nor did she pack her belongings. She calmly walked to the edge of the village, standing alone to face the roaring sea of flames. She closed her eyes. This was the moment of ultimate truth. Maeve did not pray. She did not murmur a formula. She was performing an act more important than all others, elevating her consciousness. She breathed deeply and slowly until the roar of the fire and the screams of the villagers dissolved into an inner stillness. She was no longer Maeve, a small, fearful individual. Her consciousness expanded, merging with the consciousness of the forest, of the wind, of the fire itself. She was speaking from beyond the realm of probability, from a state of absolute awareness, where there is no division, no doubt. She had become the universe observing itself. Only when she had reached that state of union, a state beyond both hope and fear, did she speak. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable weight, the authority of the creative source itself. She did not speak to the universe as an external entity. She spoke as the universe. She spoke, and each word was a decree, through the power of this union, declaring authority. I command the wind to change its course. I command the fire to die down. Commanding the impossible. Then she turned her back on the fire as if the matter was already settled. She spoke one final phrase gently, but with finality in the past tense. It is done, sealing the completion. Something unbelievable happened. The villagers, fighting in vain, suddenly felt a shift. The wind, which had been blowing madly toward them, suddenly halted, swirled, and then began to blow back, pushing the fire back over the areas it had already burned. At the same time, a light drizzle began to fall from the clear sky, extinguishing the last of the embers. The village was saved. A miracle in defiance of all logic had occurred. The villagers looked in awe at Maeve, who was calmly walking back to her small cottage, and they understood that they had just witnessed a power that was not of this world. Maeve's power was not in the words "change course" or "die down." Her power was in the state of consciousness she had achieved before those words were ever uttered. The words were merely the final expression of a great work that had already been accomplished in the realm of consciousness. The formula for a miracle command. This is not a practice to be used casually. This is a rite reserved for those moments that require a miracle when all human efforts have reached their limit. Step 1. Elevate consciousness. The prerequisite. This is the most important step and accounts for 99% of the work. Do not proceed to the following steps if you have not completed this one. Find a place of absolute stillness. Sit down, close your eyes, begin to breathe deeply and slowly. With each breath, release a layer of your personal identity, your name, your job, your worries. Continue until your mind is still. Feel your connection to everything around you, the air you breathe, the ground beneath you. Dwell in that state until you feel a profound peace and a knowing that you are not separate from the power of the universe. Step 2. Declare authority. Once you are in that state of union, begin your command. Speak with the authority that comes from your own divine nature, through the power bestowed upon my divine nature and in union with the creative source. Step 3. Command the impossible. From that position of power issue your command directly, clearly, without a hint of hesitation. Speak to the problem as if it were a servant awaiting an order. I command the miracle you desire to be made manifest immediately. I command that perfect harmony be re-established now. Step 4. Seal the completion. Conclude with a sequence of definitive past tense declarations to close the creative loop with absolute certainty. It is done. It has been accomplished. After the command has been issued, release it completely. Do not doubt. Do not check for results. Do not worry. The work has been done in the realm of consciousness. Your job now is to hold fast to the knowing that it is complete and watch as the miracle unfolds in the physical world. You do not ask for a miracle. You command it. Chapter 29. The Supreme Command, I am that I am. Through each chapter we have peeled back the layers of reality step by step, realizing that creative power lies in the spoken word, is shaped by intention, and is activated by a state of consciousness. Now we stand before the final gate. Behind this gate lies not a new technique, but a unification, a truth so distilled that it becomes the master key to all creation. There exists a supreme command that unifies every principle we have learned: divine authority, present tense reality, and absolute completion. In the forgotten annals of time there is a legend of a king. He is not remembered by his name, but by his title, the Silent King. His kingdom was a miracle. The land was always fertile. The people lived in harmony, and calamities like plagues or wars seemed to actively avoid its borders. The kingdom's prosperity came not from mighty armies or overflowing treasuries, but from an invisible power that radiated from the king himself. Legend tells that a belligerent northern empire filled with greed and envy amassed a colossal army the likes of which had never been seen to invade this peaceful land. The news sent the entire court into a panic. The generals urged the building of more fortresses. The ministers demanded the recruitment of more soldiers. Fear gripped them all. But the Silent King remained serene. He issued no military orders. Instead, he asked everyone to withdraw and went alone to the highest tower of the royal city. From there, he could see his entire kingdom laid out before him. He did not pray. He did not perform a complex ritual. He simply stood there in the silence and performed the greatest work, elevating his own consciousness. He breathed deeply until his mind transcended all worry, all concepts of invader or failure. He reached a state of union with the creative power of the universe, a place where he truly knew he was the creator of his kingdom's reality. In that state of divine awareness, he was no longer a king defending a territory. He was the very peace and inviolability of that territory. And then from that throne of absolute silence he whispered the supreme command. He spoke it only once. First, he held in his mind the image of a safe, peaceful, and whole kingdom. That was the that in the command, a silent but clear intention. Then he declared, I am that I am. A powerful silence descended. Then he closed the creative loop with his cosmic signature, and so it is. The next morning, scouts returned with inexplicable news. The massive invading army, only a day's march from the border, had abruptly halted and disbanded. An internal conflict had erupted among its general supply lines, had been mysteriously cut, and a sense of futility and despair had swept through the soldiers. They had turned back without a single arrow being fired. The power did not lie in repeating a mantra. The power lay in a single declaration issued from a state of absolute consciousness. Deconstructing the supreme command, "I am that I am, and so it is." This command, in its simplicity, contains the entire architecture of creation. I am the first. This is the declaration of your divine nature. You are not speaking as an individual who wants something. You are speaking as a part of the source, as the creator of your reality. This is the affirmation of your authority, that this is the silent, energetic bridge. It is the space that contains your specific, unstated intention, healing, prosperity, peace. You do not need to speak it aloud. By placing it between the two I am statements, you are directly connecting your divine nature with your desired outcome. I am the second. This is the most powerful seal. It declares that your divine nature, the first I am, and your desire, thee, that are now one and the same, no longer separate. It transforms the desire into a completed present tense reality, and so it is. This is the cosmic signature, the final stamp of completion. It is like a king impressing a wax seal upon a decree. It declares that your command is now universal law, unchangeable and beyond doubt. The creative loop is closed. The declaration from the throne of authority. You must understand that this is a declaration, not a request. This command contains no pleading, no wishing, no hoping. Hope implies you do not yet have it. This command is a statement of what is issued from the throne of your own divine sovereignty. The prerequisite for using this command is that you must be in a state of divine awareness. You cannot speak it mechanically from your ordinary state of consciousness and expect a result. You must truly feel and know that you are that creative power. At this highest level of mastery, repetition becomes unnecessary, even redundant. To repeat a command implies that the first time was not effective. The supreme command need only be spoken once, but with the absolute finality and belief of your entire being. Our journey through these chapters has not been to accumulate techniques, but to bring you to this very threshold, the place where you realize that all formulas, all rituals, ultimately converge on a single point, elevating your consciousness to the state of I am, and from there declaring your reality into being. This is the final key, not for you to use as an external tool, but for you to realize that you are the key. Chapter 30. Mastery is absolute finality. We have journeyed far from recognizing to declaring, from declaring to creating, and from creating to unifying with the source. Now we stand at the pinnacle of mastery, where power is measured not by the complexity of the formula, but by a single quality, absolute finality. The highest level of mastery is gauged not by the quantity of words, but by the unshakable stability from which they are issued. It is when your word transcends the realm of hope and enters completely into the realm of doubtless knowing. In an ancient city renowned for architecture that seemed to defy gravity, there lived a grand architect named Calin. It was said he did not build with stone and mortar, but with will and command. His bridges spanned the deepest canyons, his towers reached to the clouds, standing firm for centuries. One harsh winter, the city's vital bridge, the only one connecting the two halves of the land, was destroyed by a flash flood. Trade halted, people were separated, and despair began to spread. The city council tried to rebuild, but the foundation beneath the riverbed was too weak. Every effort failed. They had nearly given up, believing the task to be impossible. Calin was summoned. He did not look at blueprints, nor did he survey the geology. At dawn one morning he went alone to the edge of the chasm where the bridge had fallen. He came not to observe the problem, he came to perform a rite of creation. First, he became a bridge between heaven and earth. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, feeling the stabilizing energy of the planet. He slowly raised his right hand to the sky, like an antenna, receiving the infinite energy of the cosmos. His remaining left hand he placed gently over his heart. In that moment he was no longer Kalen, a man. He was a conduit, a living cosmic bridge unifying the energy of earth matter and sky spirit at the center of his heart. Once he had become a perfect conduit, he began by declaring the power of his words before issuing his command. He did not rush to speak of the bridge. First, he had to activate his own creative authority. His voice rang out calm yet filled with weight. What I declare exists. My word is universal law. These are meta-commands reminding himself and the universe that in this right his word is reality. Only then did he issue the command for the bridge, using a technique of threefold repetition with escalating energy. First, he whispered a sound just loud enough for himself and the subtle energetic realms to hear, "This bridge is strong and eternal." This was the act of planting the seed in the realm of the subconscious. Next, he spoke in a natural voice, clear and calm, as if stating an obvious fact. "This bridge is strong and eternal." This was the act of bringing the seed into physical reality. Finally, his voice became authoritative, echoing across the canyon, not as a shout, but as a resonance of absolute power. "This bridge is strong and eternal." This was the act of projecting the command out to the entire universe. To conclude, he performed the ultimate seal by repeating it 3 times. He declared with finality, each repetition an irreversible stamp. "It is done. It is done. It is done." The number 3 in many ancient traditions represents completeness on all levels, body, mind, and spirit. By sealing it 3 times, he was declaring that this creative work was complete in all realms, all dimensions, and that nothing could alter it. After the rite, Kalen turned and said to the engineers, who were waiting anxiously, "Begin. The foundation will hold." Inspired by his absolute certainty, they set to work. They discovered strangely that the unstable bedrock beneath the river was now firmly settled as if it had been there for 1,000 years. The bridge was built with ease and became an immortal masterpiece, a testament to a structure created not by human effort alone, but by the power of a will that had achieved mastery. Practical exercise. The rite of mastery. This is not just an exercise, this is a complete rite, a practice of the master level. Perform it when you wish to create something truly important with all your solemnity and focus. Preparation. Define a single, clear, and specific intention. Find a space and time where you will not be disturbed. Establish the conduit becoming the bridge. Stand tall with both feet planted firmly on the ground. Raise your right hand to the sky, palm facing forward. Place your left hand over the center of your heart. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths. Feel the stability rising from the earth and the infinite energy descending from the cosmos, unifying at your heart. Activate your authority. Maintaining the posture, speak clearly and decisively. What I declare exists. My word is law. Issue the threefold command. Speak your intention using the 3 levels of energy. Whisper, speak it softly, but with clear enunciation. Natural voice. Speak as if you were having a normal conversation. Authoritative voice. Speak with the full power and resonance of your chest and voice. The ultimate seal. To conclude the rite, declare with finality 3 times with the same certainty, each time it is done. It is done. It is done. Release and act. Slowly lower your hand. Take 1 deep breath and exhale. The rite is complete. Step into your day with the solid faith that the work in the energetic realm has been completed. Now act in the physical world as if what you desire is already a fact.